Chapter 690. How do you still want to quibble now? Yi Chen himself didn't know how to open the sound-transmitting snail, but he had previously seen Yao Yifeng use it. How powerful was his soul power! The details of Yao Yifeng opening the sound-transmitting snail were clearly seen by him without the slightest mistake. Yao Yifeng, didn't expect you to really be a spy. Su Danian and Wu Chuan were incomparably furious, their eyes turning blood red. Wei! Yao Yifeng lost his head out of fear and hastily looked at Azure Dragon Hall leader Wei Longtao. Pung! A phantom flickered as Wei Longtao's palm slapped Yao Yifeng's head, exploding it on the spot. His flesh and blood evaporated. Before Yao Yifeng's head exploded, Yi Chen clearly saw the incredulous expression in Yao Yifeng's eyes. It was as if he didn't dare to believe that Wei Longtao would kill him. Not only Yao Yifeng, even Su Danian, Wu Chuan, and Yi Chen didn't dare to believe it. After all, Wei Longtao didn't have the authority to kill Yao Yifeng. Under normal circumstances, Yao Yifeng would be escorted to the headquarters of Dragon God Celestial Palace to be interrogated by the Elders Association. Hall Leader Wei, what's the meaning of this? Yi Chen's expression turned cold as he questioned. Wei Longtao said with an ice-cold expression, because of him, my Dragon God Celestial Palace lost close to 1,000 troops. I once said that if I knew who the spy was, I would personally kill him. Now that I've confirmed that he's a spy, I naturally won't let him live. Deputy Yi, do you have any objections? Of course I do. First, you don't have the authority to kill a great attendant who betrayed Dragon God Celestial Palace, because he might have other secrets. Second, you killed Yao Yifeng without the slightest hesitation. Could it be that you were afraid of him saying something important? Before his death, Yao Yifeng shouted your surname. Yi Chen's gaze looked straight at Wei Longtao. There are many surnamed Wei. I don't think he was calling me. Wei Longtao's expression turned gloomy. You still haven't answered my question. Yi Chen did not retreat, even half a step. Standing next to Wei Longtao and Yi Chen, Wu Chuan and Su Danian were a little nervous. Wei Longtao was the Azure Dragon Hall master and had accumulated his prestige for a long time. Although they were vice hall masters, they didn't dare to go against Wei Longtao. In many people's eyes, Wei Longtao was an iron-blooded person, ruthless and merciless. And although Yi Chen looked young, the baleful aura hidden in his body wasn't any less than Wei Longtao's. In Blood Battle Ocean, the scene of Yi Chen leading hundreds of people and killing in and out of the enemy's camp was still vivid in their minds. And just now, Yi Chen didn't say anything and directly chopped off Yao Yifeng's hand, which made them feel very apprehensive. The two of them confronted each other, swords drawn. Palace Master, Vice Palace Master Yi, let's talk things out. There's no need to get angry. Su Danian came out to mediate. Yeah, if there's anything, let's sit down and talk it out. If we can't come to an agreement, there's still the higher-ups. There's no need to have a conflict over Yao Yifeng's matter. Wu Chuan thought that his temper was fiery enough, but in front of Yi Chen and Wei Longtao, he couldn't put on any airs. These two were ruthless characters. Yi Chen also didn't look at Wu Chuan and Su Danian. Just now, the two of you saw it. Master Wei was in a hurry to kill Yao Yifeng, so he must be hiding something. Before Yao Yifeng died, he shouted the word Wei, and his gaze was also on Hall Master Wei. It's impossible that the two of you didn't notice it. Yi Chen wasn't a detective, nor was he a shrewd and astute character with real power. He was Yi Chen, a swordsman who was now known as a sword master. He had his own way of dealing with things, and there was no need to wait until the truth came to light. He also didn't have that much energy to investigate. As long as he had 50% certainty that there was something wrong with the other party, he wouldn't let it go. Moreover, Wei Longtao had killed Yao Yifeng in front of him, so the matter was different. In short, Yi Chen's goal was to step onto the peak of the sword Dao and not to play any tricks. He was very clear about his priorities. As for why he didn't make a move when he suspected Yao Yifeng, it was because Yao Yifeng hadn't revealed too many clues. It couldn't be that he would capture him just because his expression was a bit strange. Doing so would only make him lose his popularity. Wei Longtao's actions just now were problematic everywhere. He didn't believe that a dignified Azure Dragon Hall master couldn't control his emotions. Most importantly, Yao Yifeng's gaze towards Wei Longtao and his shout of the word Wei before his death was extremely suspicious. In truth, Su Danian and Wu Chuan were also suspicious of Wei Longtao. Unfortunately, before the truth came to light, they didn't dare to act rashly. Not to mention, the two of them weren't Wei Longtao's opponent. They originally planned to sit down and have a good chat before secretly sending people to the Dragon God Celestial Palace to investigate. Unfortunately, Yi Chen was even more murderous than they had imagined. Wei Longtao only said one sentence: "You have to understand that I'm the Azure Dragon Hall Master. The matters here are decided by me. You have no right to question me." Is that so? You also have to understand one thing. I'm the Dragon God Envoy of the Dragon God Celestial Palace, and my position is above yours, not to mention the fact that you're the Azure Dragon Hall Master. Even if you were the Great Elder of Elders Association, as long as I have sufficient reason to believe that there's something wrong with you, I wouldn't tolerate you. Yi Chen squinted his eyes. You dare to use the name of Dragon God Envoy to suppress me? Wei Longtao's aura burst forth, and the air in the chamber became even heavier than mercury. Some of the items in the chamber directly exploded and disintegrated. Why wouldn't I dare? What a good, why wouldn't I dare? Deputy Su, Deputy Wu, capture Yi Chen for me. My reason is also very simple. He's familiar with the usage of the sound-transmitting snail, so there's definitely something wrong with him. Wei Longtao clenched his fists, and his gaze flickered a few times. In the end, he still suppressed his desire to make a move. In the end, he was extremely apprehensive of Yi Chen's position as Dragon God Envoy. If the other party wasn't a Dragon God Envoy, he would have long since captured him and let him know the immensity of heaven and earth. Hall Master Wei, please forgive us for not being able to comply. Su Danian and Wu Chuan were not idiots. As long as they dared to make a move against Yi Chen, their fates would be miserable. Not to mention the fact that Yi Chen's strength was there for all to see. Whether they could capture him or not was still an issue. Most importantly, they didn't have the authority to capture Dragon God Envoy. Doing so would be equivalent to opposing the entire Dragon God Celestial Palace. The Elders Association would certainly capture them and throw them into the water prison. Of course, the two were also unwilling to listen to Wei Longtao's orders. Wei Longtao was a bit angry. Although he didn't believe that Su Danian and Wu Chuan would dare to make a move against Yi Chen, their straightforward refusal made him feel as if his prestige had been challenged. In the past, this would have been absolutely intolerable, and he would have made an example out of them. I'll still say the same thing. Yao Yifeng betrayed the Dragon God Celestial Palace. Killing him won't be a problem. If you think I have a problem, let the higher-ups investigate me. Wei Longtao turned around and left. He had made great contributions to the Dragon God Celestial Palace. He didn't believe that the palace would do anything to him just because he killed Yao Yifeng. Hee. With a light chuckle, Yi Chen's aura turned sharp. The mercury-like air in the chamber was instantly sliced into countless strands. In an instant, a frightening sword aura pierced through his body and enveloped Wei Longtao. Hall Master Wei, I'm sorry. As a Dragon God Envoy, I want to bring you back to the Dragon God Celestial Palace. If you have anything to say, you can talk to the elders of the Elders Association. As he spoke, Yi Chen took a step forward and extended his hand to grab Wei Longtao. Pum! Wei Longtao turned around and slapped at Yi Chen. Qi energy spread in all directions, and the walls of the chamber instantly warped. Yi Chen Don't think that just because you're a dragon god envoy or a monstrous genius of true spirit continent, you can look down on everyone. I'll let you know what regret is right now. Wei Longtao was furious. Whether I regret or not has nothing to do with you. Yi Qin made the first move. His ghostly speed allowed him to arrive before Wei Longtao in an instant, and he punched at the defenseless Wei Longtao. Rumble. The entire chamber shattered into pieces, and smoke rose in all directions. Amidst the dense smoke, two figures flew out one after the other. Soon after, Su Danian and Wu Chuan appeared in a somewhat sorry state. They actually started fighting. Su Danian was somewhat incredulous. "Brother Su, do you think there's a problem with Hall Master Wei?" Wu Chuan asked. Su Danian pondered for a moment, then said, "There's a problem. Seems like the two of us have the same thought. I also didn't think there was a problem with Hall Master Wei, but his actions just now were too strange. It was simply not like his usual calm self. However, I didn't expect that Deputy Yi Qin would directly confront Hall Master Wei. Perhaps he doesn't want to go through so much trouble. But Hall Master Wei's strength is unfathomable. Yi Chen's actions are a bit impulsive and might very well injure himself. Let's wait and see. If there's nothing we can do, we'll help Deputy Yi Qin and throw caution to the wind." Su Danian owed his life to Yi Qin, so he was determined to stand on his side. Bang, bang, bang. Under the night sky, the sky above Azure Dragon Island suddenly flickered with a resplendent radiance. It flickered as if it was daytime, yet also looked like a bizarre world. "Yi Qin, in my eyes you're merely a genius. Perhaps you haven't experienced the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth. Today, I'll let you know that your so-called strength is not worth mentioning. Demonic bull mountain crushing art. Wei Longtao's cultivation base couldn't be considered very high, only at late sea of Soul Realm. However, he was still a body refining expert. The secret art he cultivated was actually the second layer of the secret pavilion's demonic bull mountain crushing art, a low heaven-grade secret art that could multiply his strength. What a powerful fleshly body! After exchanging blows with Wei Longtao, Yi Chen was endlessly apprehensive. For ordinary sea of soul realm experts, cultivating to the third step spirit body was already the limit. However, Wei Longtao's spirit body had actually reached the fourth step. If it wasn't through ordinary tempering, then it had to be due to refining a large amount of spirit energy crystals. It was indeed heaven-defying for Yi Qin to sit firmly on the head of the 5 great halls, even more so than Master Sky Sword. After exchanging blows with Wei Longtao, Yi Chen was endlessly apprehensive. For ordinary sea of soul realm experts, cultivating to the third step spirit body was already the limit. However, Wei Longtao's spirit body had actually reached the fourth step. If it wasn't through ordinary tempering, then it had to be due to refining a large amount of spirit energy crystals. This was the first time Yi Chen had seen someone raise their spirit body to the fourth step. No wonder he could sit firmly on the head of the 5 great halls. He was indeed heaven-defying, even stronger than Master Sky Sword. With the strength of demonic bull mountain crushing art on the inside and powerful Jinyuan on the outside, Wei Longtao's figure flickered, choosing to engage in close combat with Yi Chen. Boundless palm pressure swept forth. Clang! Unsheathing the thunder disaster sword, Yi Chen welcomed the incoming attack. Chapter 691. Golden Ripple. Yi Chen's first move was one of his 3 great killing moves, Golden Ripple. As his destruction sword intent reached the 5th step, the Golden Ripple was no longer a pure golden color, but an even more tyrannical and destructive dark golden color. With a pop, the dark golden ripple spread out with Yi Chen at the center. Its speed was illusory, like a golden flower blossoming in the void. Clang! Although Wei Longtao's speed was as fast as lightning, he was ultimately not as fast as Yi Chen's reaction. Before he could get within 10 meters, he was forced to clash head-on with the dark golden ripple. How frightening was the dark golden ripple! Wei Longtao's palm energy was immediately shattered. However, Wei Longtao's foundation was his physical body and strength. Therefore, even if his palm energy was shattered, he still had his iron palm. The iron palm bombarded the dark golden ripple, immediately erupting with countless energy sparks. A dazzling shockwave stretched across the sky like a galaxy, incomparably resplendent. Demon bull budding horn. Taking 3 steps back, Wei Longtao charged over once more, punching out with a force as sharp as a bull's horn. Go back! Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath and pushed his destruction sword intent to the peak, causing his location to darken. At the same time, Yi Chen disappeared from the sight of Wei Longtao, Wu Chuan, and Su Danian. It was as if there was a black hole there and Yi Chen was inside it. Rip! A streak of lightning streaked across, and the black sword light abruptly chopped at Wei Longtao's fist. The sharp wind cut off a lock of hair in front of the latter's forehead. The two didn't retreat even half a step. Instead, they pressed against each other, and purple-black lightning appeared in the void. It was a powerful electric current produced by the friction between energies. Yi Chen can actually fight evenly with Hall leader Wei. Wu Chuan cried out in astonishment. Su Danian was also astonished. He didn't expect Yi Chen's strength to have already reached such a level. No wonder he was called Sword Master. It should be known that Wei Longtao was one of the top experts of Dragon God's Celestial Palace. Even the great elder of Elder Association wouldn't dare say he could defeat him. In a battle a few years ago, Wei Longtao had blasted a Black King Gates Hall leader into pieces with a single punch. With such a huge commotion, it was impossible for the people on Azure Dragon Island not to know. Not long after, thousands of people gathered here. Chun Yusin, Xing Meilian, Lin Songhai, and the others also came. What's going on? Why are Vice Palace Master Yi and Palace Master fighting to the death? Xing Meilian covered her mouth, not daring to believe her eyes. She wasn't an idiot. How could the battle between Yi Chen and Wei Longtao be a spar? Every move and every style was extremely dangerous. Could Hall Master Wei be a spy? Chun Yusin let her imagination run wild. Everyone says that Vice Palace Master Yi is a genius rarely seen in 1,000 years. But now it seems like it was quite tactful. He can actually fight against Palace Master. Right. Although I don't know why Vice Palace Master Yi and Palace Master are fighting to the death, we simply can't interfere. We can only watch from the sidelines. Everyone discussed spiritedly, sighing at Yi Chen's strength. One was a Vice Palace Master, while the other was a Palace Master. When 2 experts clashed, one would surely be injured. As for who would have the last laugh, it would depend on their respective methods and trump cards. Yi Chen, die for me. His right fist collided with the Thunder Disaster Sword. Wei Longtao's back muscles bulged as his left fist carried a tremendous force and punched toward Yi Chen's face. Void-shattering finger. Yi Chen neither retreated nor dodged. His left index finger flickered with a cyan-colored radiance and pierced through the lower part of his right arm, landing on Wei Longtao's iron fist. Pop! The two separated and retreated a few hundred meters. Without another attack, Wei Longtao looked at Yi Chen with apprehension, his eyes squinting into slits. Yi Chen's battle strength was beyond his imagination. Up until now, he had already used 70 to 80% of his strength, but he still couldn't do anything to the other. If it were a hall master of a hostile force, he would have long since killed him with a single punch. Not bad. You can actually block so many of my moves. Wei Longtao gradually relaxed his body. His muscles loosened, and his surging power gradually condensed. He was like a dormant volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to erupt with thousands of years of accumulated energy at any time, destroying everything in front of him. You're also not bad. No wonder you can sit firmly on the position of Azure Dragon Hall Master, even killing the traitor Yao Yifeng with a single punch. Yi Qin didn't plan to use the defensive sword art. Up until now, there was no one worthy of him using it. Of course, he didn't dare to look down on Wei Longtao. Apart from his spirit body reaching the fourth step, the latter's physical strength was no less than 800,000 jin. Back then, Su Jing had said that there was once a sect called Boundless Sect. The sect's supreme elder and sect master both had a physical strength of over 500,000 jin, especially the sect master, whose physical strength was heaven-defying. And this way Longtao's physical strength was not below that sect master's. Moreover, he cultivated the heaven-grade, low-grade secret art, demonic bull mountain crushing art, which allowed his physical strength to multiply, reaching more than 1,000,000 jin. He was the most frightening opponent Yi Qin had ever encountered. Next, I will go all out. I hope you won't be crippled by me. Wei Longtao's body shook, and his clothes were torn to shreds, revealing the exquisite and mighty armor underneath. He clenched his fists and arched his body like a bow. Roar! A blood-red essence chi smoke soared up to the sky. Blood-colored, lightning flickered and flickered. A fierce gale swept across the entire Azure Dragon Island. Some towering trees were uprooted and blown into the sky. The lake water on the island surged upward like a waterspout. As for Wei Longtao's location, sand and pebbles were flying everywhere. The sky darkened. Essence Chi Beacon Materialization. Yi Chen was startled. The blood chi of a body refiner was countless times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Once they went all out, the essence chi could not be locked and would gush out. But unless the spectator was a body refiner, there was no way to see it with the naked eye. But this way Longtao's essence chi had already broken through the bindings and could be seen with the naked eye. One could well imagine how powerful the opponent's blood chi was. Demonic Bull seizes Flood Dragon. Pushing his strength to the limit, Wei Longtao turned into a blood-colored lightning bolt and rushed out of the sand and stones, punching out. Following this punch, Yi Chen discovered that his blood chi was on the verge of collapse, as if it was about to be blown apart. It had to be known that blood chi was the foundation of the body. Without it, the consequences would be unimaginable. The blood chi contained in Wei Longtao's punch was much stronger than Yi Chen's own blood chi. Even from a distance, it was still very uncomfortable. Dragon Bone Materialization. A white layer of dragon bone spread out from the surface of Yi Chen's skin. This thin layer instantly covered Yi Chen's entire body. Even his face could not be seen. It was as if he was wearing a white mask, revealing only his eyes and long hair. With the appearance of the dragon bone defensive layer, Yi Chen's tottering blood chi stabilized, no longer being affected by Wei Longtao's blood chi. Thunder Devour. Materializing the dragon bone was only a matter of a single thought. Yi Chen himself was not idle either. He raised his Thunder Disaster sword high up, and black lightning gathered at its tip, condensing into a fist-sized thunderball. As soon as the thunderball appeared, it immediately burst forth with an intense aura of destruction, condensing to the point of being solid. Bang! With a sword strike, the thunderball turned into a black light beam and shot toward Wei Longtao. Break! Wei Longtao fearlessly collided with the thunderball. Kacha! 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 The thunderball exploded, turning the surrounding 100 li into a world of thunder and lightning. Forked lightning, snake-shaped lightning, lightning beams, and huge thunderballs shot out in all directions, covering all the spectators. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, and there was no way to escape. Retreat! Su Danian raised his protective genuine and roared at everyone. Puff! Although everyone was far away and had fled when the situation turned bad, there were still some who spurted out blood, suffering serious internal injuries. At the center of the thunder explosion, Wei Longtao stood tall without falling. Before the lightning could even approach him, it was dispersed by the intense blood qi around his body. Too powerful. A Sea of Souls realm warrior can really be this powerful. Xing Meilian and Chun Yusin were dumbstruck. Be it Wei Longtao's strength or Yi Chen's battle strength, both shattered their understanding of Sea of Soul realm. Ordinary Sea of Soul realm masters were like dregs in front of Wei Longtao and Yi Chen, unable to withstand a single blow. With the Thunder Devourer, Yi Chen took the initiative to attack. He raised his long sword and slashed upward. Wei Longtao was naturally not afraid of close combat, and he clashed with Yi Chen. Dozens of exchanges passed. Blood severing Ghost Finger. Yi Chen's reaction and perception were a notch higher than Wei Longtao's, and he suddenly used the blood severing Ghost Finger he had just learned. Blood severing Ghost Finger was a 5-star heaven-grade secret art. As soon as it was used, it immediately produced a strange phenomenon. Horror and horror were all concentrated on this finger. You actually cultivated blood severing Ghost Finger. As if he had seen a ghost, Wei Longtao immediately retreated. He had been to the secret pavilion many times and had even been to the 3rd floor. He naturally knew of this frightening secret art. Because it was too difficult to cultivate, no one could cultivate it to greater completion. Even Palace Master Dragon King had only cultivated it to minor completion. Moreover, blood severing Ghost Finger couldn't be exchanged with contribution points. Therefore, Wei Longtao could only read the introduction in the booklet and couldn't learn it. However, this didn't hinder his apprehension of blood severing Ghost Finger. It could be said that blood severing Ghost Finger could restrain body, refining experts. No matter how much blood qi one had, it would be severed by the finger and turned into a ghost. Unfortunately, no matter how fast Wei Longtao escaped, he couldn't be faster than Yi Chen's attack speed. With a slash of his silver hook, Wei Longtao's body seemed to have lost something without a sound. Wei Longtao carefully sensed his body and immediately laughed heartily. So, you've only learned the basics of blood severing Ghost Finger. You're still a long way from minor completion. He had lost quite a bit of blood qi, but compared to the total amount of blood qi in his body, it was negligible. He wasn't affected at all. Sure enough, the current blood severing Ghost Finger is far from enough to deal with a body refining expert of Wei Longtao's level. Its effect is very small. Yi Chen didn't want to use blood severing Ghost Finger to defeat his opponent, but to test it out. Only against an expert of the same level would it be meaningful. Against ordinary experts, even if he used blood severing Ghost Finger to defeat his opponent, he wouldn't know how powerful it was. Chapter 692. Demonic Bull Burst Power. After realizing that the blood severing Ghost Finger was no threat to him, Wei Longtao's body shook, and a dense blood qi surged out of his body, condensing into a demonic bull phantom. This demonic bull was emitting a wild power ripple, its muscles twisting, looking down on all living things. Explode! Wei Longtao punched at Yi Chen, the blood qi assaulting his dragon bone defense. What a condensed blood qi! My protective Jin Yuan has almost been ignored. Yi Chen took 3 steps back, and a small crack appeared on the dragon bone defense. Blood qi was different from Zhen Yuan. It was a special source of power. Therefore, the protective Zhen Yuan could hardly defend against the impact of blood qi, and blood qi could not directly injure the body. It could only shake the foundation of blood qi. If Yi Chen did not have the dragon bone defense on his skin, or if his blood qi was insufficient, his blood qi might be washed away, and in serious cases, it might even collapse. This bone defense can defend against the impact of blood qi? Once was fine, but twice was the same. No matter how stupid Wei Longtao was, he could tell that the dragon bone defensive layer on Yi Chen's skin was not simple. It seemed to contain a special blood qi ripple, which could not only increase one's defense, but also counteract a portion of the blood cheese impact. The remaining blood cheese impact was naturally unable to shake Yi Chen's blood cheese foundation. So what? Watch me blow you up with one punch. Like a crazed killing demon, Wei Longtao's figure flickered as he punched out one after another. Each of his punches contained more than 1,000,000 gene of strength, possessing a frightening, destructive power. Just think about it, when more than 1,000,000 gene of power was concentrated in a fist and then pushed at dozens of times the speed of sound. How powerful would it be? This was not the same level as a 1,000,000 gene object, charging at dozens of times the speed of sound. The larger the object, the larger the area of destruction. However, the power would be scattered, and the difference between the two would be more than 100 times. Therefore, 1,000,000 gene of power was not frightening. What was frightening was the instantaneous eruption of this power. Clang! 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 Yi Chen waved his long sword, and circles of dark golden ripples attacked Wei Longtao. Compared to the pure golden ripples, the power of these ripples was much weaker. However, they had the advantage in quantity. No matter how ferocious Wei Longtao's attacks were, they could not advance an inch. Damn it! Wei Longtao was like a boat sailing against the current, unable to do anything to Yi Chen. On the other hand, Yi Chen was at ease, occasionally launching a sneak attack. In close combat, if Yi Chen had only cultivated Jinyuan, perhaps he would have lost to Wei Longtao long ago. However, apart from cultivating Jinyuan, Yi Chen's physical strength wasn't bad either. It was 400,000 gene. 400,000 gene of physical strength combined with Jinyuan, destruction sword intent, and profound sword arts didn't lose to Wei Longtao in the slightest. Every time he slashed, he would be able to hit the opponent's weak point, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, if one didn't fight with Yi Chen, they wouldn't know why Yi Chen was so frightening. His true frightening aspect was that he had no weaknesses, which meant that his enemies couldn't find any. On the other hand, it was precisely because Yi Chen had no weaknesses that his enemies' weaknesses would be magnified in front of him. Wei Longtao's attacks seemed to be very fierce, but they were still somewhat rough and not meticulous enough. When encountering an opponent weaker than him, he would naturally be able to kill them with a single punch. However, when encountering an opponent like Yi Chen who had no weaknesses, he couldn't grasp the overall situation. It was clearly him who took the initiative to attack, but towards the end he was on the defensive, guarding against Yi Chen's unpredictable sword arts. How is this possible? The more Wei Longtao fought, the more apprehensive he became. His battle power was continuously increasing, and he originally thought that he could suppress Yi Chen and cripple him. However, the situation was the same as before. No, it was still a bit lacking. While he was increasing his battle power, his opponent was also increasing his battle power. Moreover, his opponent could use every bit of his strength appropriately, without any wastage or lack of strength. My strength is 800,000 gene, and my demonic bull mountain crushing art has also been cultivated to the second realm, allowing me to erupt with a strength of 1,400,000 gene. If it were someone else with similar strength, they would have long since been unable to hold on. Why is he able to hold on and even suppress me? Even if Wei Longtao was the Azure Dragon Hall leader with tyrannical strength, he couldn't understand the difference between him and Yi Chen. He felt that his battle power was a bit stronger than the latter. Although Yi Chen's destruction sword intent was powerful, his cultivation base was only at the peak of mid-sea of Soul Realm, and his spirit body had even reached the 4th step. It should be known that the 3rd step spirit body was already the peak for Sea of Soul Realm experts. The 4th step spirit body was the body of a king and could contain even more strength. Its pure defense was extremely frightening, and he wouldn't be afraid of the rebound force in a head-on clash. It doesn't matter. With demonic bull mountain crushing art cultivated to the 2nd realm, I can barely use demonic bull mountain crushing fist. This fist can increase my strength to 1,000,000 and 600,000 Jin. With an increase of 200,000 Jin, I can absolutely crush him. His blood qi surged as Wei Longtao prepared a huge killing move. On the opposite side, Yi Chen was also considering how to defeat Wei Longtao. If Wei Longtao mainly cultivated Jinyuan, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. As long as he used Yellow Dragon sealing art at close range, he would be able to restrict the opponent's Zhen Yuan. Unfortunately, Wei Longtao mainly cultivated strength, and Yellow Dragon sealing art couldn't restrict him. Yi Chen didn't have the confidence to use Golden Hurricane, but Wei Longtao definitely had other powerful killing moves. Not to mention, Wei Longtao had a fourth-step spirit body, and his defense was ridiculously powerful. Forget it. I've underestimated the strength of peak body refiners. Actually, Yi Chen couldn't be blamed for underestimating Wei Longtao. The main reason was that he hadn't encountered many body refiners. Lin Tian could be considered one, but Yi Chen's strength had risen too quickly, and he had quickly surpassed the other. Therefore, his understanding of body refiners wasn't deep. As for himself, he could only be considered half-baked. Yi Chen, take my fist! Accumulating his strength to the limit, Wei Longtao's body emitted an intense red light, and his entire body seemed like a blood-red sun. Rumble! Taking a step forward, Wei Longtao punched out. His blood qi surged, and the demonic bull's image suddenly shrunk, converging on his right arm. With its head in front and tail in the back, it raised its head and roared. Its eyes were like copper bells. Without any hesitation, the demonic bull's image separated from Wei Longtao's fist and charged toward the nearby Yi Chen with its horns. Hall leader Wei has used a supreme killing move. The spectators in the distance held their breaths, their eyes unblinking. On the opposite side, Yi Chen's blue robes fluttered in the wind, and his long hair fluttered like swords. Because of his grave and stern expression, his eyes were extremely sharp and narrow. The cold light inside seemed to have solidified, as if there was a lump of cold qi that couldn't be concealed. Golden Hurricane. Taking a step forward, Yi Chen held the Thunder Disaster sword with both hands and unleashed a supreme, profound sword move with a mountain-splitting force. Huff! A beam of dark, golden ripples shot out at the speed of light. The demonic bull's image and the beam of ripple collided. There was no sound, no shockwave. The world seemed to have lost its sound, leaving only a blood-red and dark golden light sphere. Inside the sphere, the demonic bull's image and the dark golden ripple had yet to dissipate. Rumble! With a world-shattering sound, the demonic bull's image exploded with a bang, and the dark golden ripple was reduced to a finger-thick beam. It pierced through the fragments of the demonic bull's image and struck Wei Longtao's chest. Its speed was so fast that the latter didn't even have time to react. It's actually Vice Hall leader Ye's killing move that's even stronger. The spectators cried out in surprise. Senior brother, Yi is going to win. Chun Yusin revealed a happy expression. Compared to Wei Longtao, she was more inclined toward Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen had already convinced her. Even Hall leader Wei isn't Yi Chen's opponent. Xing Meilian admittedly admired Yi Chen, but Wei Longtao's decades of prestige was too deep-rooted. If it were her, she wouldn't even have the confidence to resist. Hee, seems like we don't have to make a move. Wu Chuan and Su Danian heaved a sigh of relief. Puff! Wei Longtao flew back in shock. Although the armor on his chest was a semi-extreme grade armor, the concentrated energy still made him unable to control his body and blood qi. His ribs creaked as he felt an unbearable pain for the first time. Yi Chen faintly creased his brows. He wasn't as optimistic as the spectators. Sure enough, after flying back a dozen li, Wei Longtao stopped his momentum. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking completely fine. It was as if he had only suffered a minor injury that didn't affect his condition or battle power. On the contrary, It made his aura even more valiant and frightening. Yi Qin, I have to admit that apart from Great Elder, you're the first C of Soul Master I've acknowledged. Unfortunately, this is still not enough. Far from enough. My strength is not something you can imagine. This bit of offensive power can injure me. Wei Longtao's expression turned tranquil, lightly letting out a breath. Yi Qin sheathed the Thunder Disaster sword and said indifferently, I have no choice but to admit that I've underestimated you. Your strength is higher than any C of Soul Master I've encountered. Indeed, this bit of offensive power can't do anything to you. Since you know, then surrender yourself to us. Admit your mistake in front of me, and I might forgive you and give you a dignified ending. Faintly shaking his head, Yi Qin said, No, you don't understand my meaning. I still haven't displayed my true strength, although I really don't want to. What? This wasn't even Deputy Ye's true strength? What kind of joke is this? Yeah, Hull leader Wei has already gone all out. Only his defense is a bit stronger. Deputy Yi can't do anything to him. Do you think Deputy Yi is just trying to scare Hull leader Wei? I don't know. The battle between Wei Longtao and Yi Qin could be said to be an intense battle beyond their level. It had already left them dumbstruck, and they didn't even have the qualifications to look up to it. But now, Yi Qin was telling them that this wasn't his true strength. They couldn't accept it, feeling that it was too outrageous. Wu Chuan and Su Danian exchanged glances, feeling a bit frightened. As for Chun Yusin and Xing Meilan, they were already dumbstruck. Humph! Wei Longtao coldly snorted and sneered. Even now, you still haven't given up. I really don't know whether to call you arrogant or ignorant. Whether I am or not, you'll know very soon. Left with no choice, Yi Qin decided to expose his defensive sword art. Wei Longtao's strength was beyond his imagination, and the extraordinary strength of a body refining expert was also beyond his expectations. Chapter 693. Make your move. I'll make you feel despair. Wei Longtao was extremely confident in his defense. He simply didn't think that Yi Qin could break through his defense and heavily injure him. Of course, he didn't dare to be careless. His muscles swelled, and every inch of his body contained a terrifying energy, causing his skin to be covered in a layer of blood-colored light. On the other side, Yi Qin was standing several miles away. He didn't draw his sword, nor did he take any stance. However, his gaze gradually sharpened as it locked onto Wei Longtao's aura. As the night wind whistled, the spectators held their breaths as they stared at Yi Qin. They wanted to see Yi Qin's true strength. Kill! Two beams of cold light flashed through his eyes. Yi Qin pointed out with his right hand, and the gold sword on his back automatically took out of its scabbard. It shot out at a speed that was beyond the soul power's perception. Because of its unbelievably fast speed, everyone's eyes were still focused on Yi Qin, waiting for him to perform his ace attack. Danger! Wei Longtao's scalp went numb. Then, as if he had been electrocuted, the numbness spread from his head to his feet and then back to his head. This was no longer his consciousness warning him of danger, but his body's instinct. In fact, he didn't even have time to think in this short period of time. Clang! On his chest, magma-like sparks splashed, and the strong smell of iron could not be dispersed even by the wind. In the next moment, Wei Longtao spurted out a large amount of blood and was instantly sent flying dozens of li away, like he was riding on a cloud. Along the way, blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, and ears, wriggling like little snakes. Hull leader Wei lost? The spectators were a little dazed. They had been waiting for Yi Qin to make his move. Unfortunately, from start to end, they only saw Yi Qin's right hand move, and Hull leader Wei was sent flying with sparks of magma splashing out from his chest. Hiss! After a moment of daze, the spectators sucked in a cold breath. A move that could be seen clearly wasn't scary. What was scary was that they couldn't see anything. Return to the sheath. Yi Chen changed his mind, and the gold sword flew back into the scabbard on Yi Chen's back, its sharpness dimmed. This is the sword that defeated Hall Headway. Only then did everyone understand that Yi Chen's killing move was a flying sword. As for whether or not it was thrown by hand, they were a little confused because they didn't have the time to pay attention at that time. Sword Sex Yi Chen is worthy of his title. Wu Chuan and Su Danian were filled with admiration. When they first learned that Yi Chen was a grandmaster of the sword, they did not take it too seriously. But now they understood that there was probably no one among the grandmasters of the sword who could be a match for Yi Chen. Yi Chen was the new grandmaster of the sword. Even in the eastern shallow sea, there was not a single grandmaster of the sword who could contend against him. Hall Masterway, who has shaken the blood battle ocean for decades, has actually been defeated. This Vice Hall Master Yi is truly heaven-defying. I can't believe it. Me too. I thought he was just bragging. However, we still don't know why Hall Masterway fought with Vice Hall Master Yi. Everyone discussed spiritedly, sighing endlessly. After heavily injuring Wei Longtao, Yi Chen extended his hand and a powerful suction force pulled the opponent back, causing him to spurt out another mouthful of blood. Wei Longtao, what else do you have to say? Wei Longtao no longer had the strength to fight. He didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. He looked at Yi Chen with resentment. So what if you defeated me? Do you think the elders of Elder Association will believe an outsider like you and forcefully convict me? Yi Chen, today's humiliation will be repaid in the future. I, Wei Longtao, will not rest until you are dead. You should save these words for the elders of Elder Association. As for whom they choose to believe, that's their business. Grabbing Wei Longtao, Yi Chen flew toward the Transfer Palace Hall. This matter was urgent, so he couldn't rush to Dragon God Celestial Palace. Once Yi Chen left, Chun Yusin and Xing Meiyan looked at each other in dismay. Yi Chen's domineeringness had shaken them. The majestic Azure Dragon Hall Master still couldn't escape the fate of being carried away. Yi Chen was the first and perhaps the last. Dragon God Celestial Palace, Transfer Palace Hall, carrying Wei Longtao, Yi Chen appeared outside the Transfer Stone Gate. Dragon God Envoy. Inside the Transfer Palace Hall were 4 attendants. Yi Chen said, "Inform all the elders to go to Elder Hall." Yes. Before leaving, the 4 attendants shot a glance at Wei Longtao. Their expressions were a bit strange, but they didn't dare to ask too much. Their figures flickered, and they each separated. In Elder Hall, elders rushed over one after another. However, when they saw Wei Longtao being escorted by Yi Chen, they were somewhat dumbstruck. Not to mention how Yi Chen had captured Wei Longtao. Just what crime Wei Longtao had committed was extremely puzzling. In a short while, the 3rd elder, 2nd elder, and great elder all arrived. After all, they were the 3 great elders, and their ability to keep their cool was quite profound. Apart from a bit of surprise, they didn't reveal too much of an expression. Clearing his throat, the great elder asked, "Dragon God Envoy, what's going on?" Yi Chen narrated the matter of Yao Yifeng being a spy, and how Wei Longtao had killed him in great detail. Then he spoke of the reason why he suspected Wei Longtao without any embellishment. Wei Longtao raised his head and coldly said, "Do you believe me or him?" This. Quite a few elders hesitated. In truth, although Wei Longtao had killed Yao Yifeng a bit impulsively and also a bit strange, he was still the Azure Dragon Hall Lord, a person with great authority and status only below the great elder. Capturing him just like that was truly a bit. Some people even thought of themselves. Yi Chen even dared to capture Wei Longtao. If there came a day when he suspected them, would he also capture them without any regard for the rules? Of course, since Yi Chen was the Dragon God Envoy, they couldn't say anything on the surface. Although Elder Hall was the place where decisions were made and all matters were decided by them, their authority wasn't the greatest. Above them, there were still the left and right protectors who had always been hiding in the shadows. Hall, Lord Wei, if you're not guilty, no one will do anything to you. Don't worry. An elder who was on good terms with Wei Longtao comforted him and quickly glanced at Yi Qin. That's right, Hall Lord Wei, don't be impatient. Vice Hall Lord, he only suspects you. You were a bit impulsive in killing Yao Yifeng. Elder Yu, who was sitting next to him, transmitted his voice to Yi Qin, Dragon God Envoy. You were a bit impulsive this time. Wei Longtao is the Azure Dragon Hall Lord after all, and his connections aren't small. Most importantly, there isn't enough evidence. Moreover, I'm sure that many elders will be afraid of you because of this matter and gradually distance themselves from you. A cold smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. Impulsive? I don't think so. If he's a spy, leaving him in the Azure Dragon Hall will only bring endless disasters. As for the Elder Hall members being afraid of me and distancing themselves from me. Haha, Elder Yu, honestly speaking, I'm not that infatuated with authority. I only believe in strength. With sufficient strength, even the heavens can be pierced. Authority is nothing more than fleeting clouds. Just one chapter today, and I can barely keep my eyes open. Tomorrow I'll make up for it. Chapter 694. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Elder Yu smiled bitterly. Yi Chen was right. Power was not as important as strength. Unfortunately, knowing was one thing and doing it was another. Moreover, not everyone was like Yi Chen, who had boundless potential. Their potential had already been exhausted, and they could only rely on the sect to obtain the resources they wanted and continue to slowly increase their strength. Everyone's circumstances are different, and so are their perspectives. It seems like I was too impulsive. Elder Yu thought that Yi Chen was a bit impulsive. However, after hearing Yi Chen's words, he felt that he was overthinking things. For Yi Chen to have his current accomplishments, how could he not know what was important and what was not? He had certainly thought things through. There were 24 elders in Elder Assembly. From Yi Chen's observation, he discovered that there were roughly 7 or 8 people who favored Wei Longtao. Although they had hidden it well, how could they escape Yi Chen's eyes? It was clear how powerful Wei Longtao's connections were. However, Yi Chen didn't care. Even if the Elder Assembly didn't think that Wei Longtao was guilty and could continue as the Azure Dragon Hall leader, it had nothing to do with him. He would only do what he had to do, and the result wouldn't affect him much. Of course, if the other party overestimated their capabilities and retaliated, he wouldn't swallow his anger. Yi Chen, you've done well. At this moment, Second Elder Silver Sword transmitted to Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced at the second elder out of the corner of his eyes. The second elder didn't look at Yi Chen and continued, As far as we're concerned, as long as we have sufficient reason to suspect, we don't need proof. If we really needed proof to arrest someone, who knows how long it would take. Therefore you can be at ease. I, Great Elder, and Third Elder all think that you've done the right thing. Since this Wei Longtao is a suspect, we can't let him return to Azure Dragon Hall, nor can we let him leave the palace. However, in order to prevent others from thinking that you're fighting for power, you can't be the Azure Dragon Hall leader. If you have any opinion, you can speak directly. Second Elder is joking. I've never been interested in power. Yi Chen replied. Haha, that's good. You will know who the new Azure Dragon Hall Master is tomorrow. We will do our best to cooperate with you. Second Elder wasn't lying, nor was he afraid of Yi Chen's identity as a dragon god envoy. He truly felt that Yi Chen's way of doing things was too good. He had helped Great Elder and him solve a huge problem. Catching a thief, catching a thief, catching a thief, catching a couple. But if they couldn't be caught, wouldn't that mean that the mastermind would be free and unfettered for the rest of his life? Extraordinary times call for extraordinary actions. Currently, Dragon God Celestial Palace was in a crisis, and the best way to deal with spies was to catch all the suspicious ones. Even the Azure Dragon Hall leader was no exception. Cough, cough. At this time, the first elder cleared his throat and asked Wei Long Tao, Hall Master Wei, this isn't a question of who to believe. Let me ask you, were you really impulsive when you killed Yao Yifeng back then? Not bad. Wei Long Tao nodded coldly. You've always been calm. No matter how calm one can still get angry. Without a doubt, Yao Yifeng made me very angry. Because of him, many brothers of my dragon god celestial palace have died. All right, if there's no problem, the Azure Dragon Hall leader position is still yours. But before that, you'll have to undergo a series of investigations. I hope you can understand. Great Elder was, after all, the first elder. Dealing with this kind of thorny problem was easy for him. From his tone, he didn't side with either Yi Chen or Wei Long Tao. On the surface, he was comforting Wei Long Tao and didn't reprimand him. However, since he didn't let Wei Long Tao go, it was equivalent to giving Yi Chen enough respect. Hearing these words, Wei Long Tao's complexion turned unsightly. In the end, he still had to undergo investigations. In other words, Great Elder had chosen to believe Yi Chen. Great Elder, this doesn't seem appropriate. Wei Long Tao didn't say anything. Instead, an elder who had a good relationship with Wei Long Tao stood out. He was the 8th ranked Elder Lu. Second elder said with a frown, Elder Lu, how is it inappropriate? I agree with Great Elder's decision. I also agree. Elder Lu, I know you don't believe that Hall Leader Wei is guilty. We don't believe it either, but an investigation is necessary. Therefore, I agree with Great Elder's decision. Me too. Of the 24 elders, 16 agreed with Great Elder's decision. Even if the remaining 8 wanted to speak up for Wei Long Tao, it was meaningless. In the Elders' Council, the minority followed the majority. Smiling bitterly, Elder Lu glanced at Wei Long Tao helplessly and took a step back, sighing, since everyone agrees, this Lu will obey. That's right. Investigating Hall Leader Wei isn't targeting him. When the truth comes to light, Hall Leader Wei will still be the Azure Dragon Hall leader. Third Elder said with a beaming smile. Turning his head, Great Elder looked at Yi Chen, Dragon God Envoy. I'll leave the Azure Dragon Hall's matters to you. Tomorrow, we'll send an expert to the Azure Dragon Hall to temporarily take over the Hall leader's position. I hope you all can get along well and work together to resist the 4 opposing factions. Don't worry, this is my duty. Yi Chen nodded. Good, you go back first. If there's anything, I'll send someone to inform you. At this time, it was already the 2nd watch period, and the night was as cold as water. Great Elder was clear that the Azure Dragon Hall still had the task of transporting resources, and Yi Chen couldn't be missed. Farewell. Yi Chen glanced at Wei Long Tao and left the Elder's Hall. Watching Yi Chen's back disappear into the night, Wei Long Tao's eyes flashed with a murderous cold light. When Yi Chen returned to Azure Dragon Island, Su Danian and Wu Chuan were both waiting for him. Vice Hall Leader Yi, how is it? Su Danian asked. Yi Chen said, Wei Long Tao is under investigation. Tomorrow, someone will come to Azure Dragon Island to temporarily take over the Azure Dragon Hall leader's position. Fortunately, Su Danian and Wu Chuan glanced at each other and let out a sigh of relief. If Wei Long Tao continued to be the Azure Dragon Hall leader, the first to feel uncomfortable would definitely be the 2 of them. After all, they didn't have Yi Chen's strength, nor did they have Yi Chen's confidence. Thirdly, they didn't have enough support. They were just Vice Hall leaders under the jurisdiction of the Azure Dragon Hall. Vice Hall Leader Yi, what about today's resource transportation task? The enemy already knows where we are going and the number of our people. Wu Chuan asked. A cold light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Follow the original plan. Azure Spirit Island, a resource island close to the core of Blood Battle Ocean. Because this island had an ordinary upper-grade spirit vein, the natural yuan qi here was terrifyingly dense. Almost every breath here was equivalent to a mortal realm warrior's 15 minutes of breathing. Living here for a long time, One would be immune to all diseases and the body would be strong. If one gave birth here, the baby would definitely have a good foundation for martial arts. On Azure Spirit Island, the miners were working hard as usual. However, it was hard for outsiders to know that last night a large group of people had come to Azure Spirit Island and were hiding nearby. You three, don't worry. I've brought 1,500 people from the Sky Eagle cult. Even if we can't take them down, we won't be defeated by them. Once you surround them from the back, killing them will be as easy as killing dogs. The hall leader of the Sky Eagle cult, the hook-nosed middle-aged man, said, I hope so. Whirlwind Gates, Wind Hall leader, Hilungi said, All right, there's no time to lose. My water wave sect will go first. Brother Show, I'll leave the task of attracting the enemy to you. The green-robed old man waved his hand, and more than 1,000 people of Water Wave sect flew southwest. Farewell. You must succeed. The black-robed man and the Whirlwind Gates Hall leader, Hilungi, headed south and southeast respectively, leaving only the Sky Eagle cult's people behind. Retracting his gaze, the hook-nosed middle-aged man said loudly, Brothers of Wind Hall, it's time to get rich. Half of the enemy's resources and wealth will belong to us, and we'll also get half of the contribution points. This is not something that happens often. It's our luck to run into them. Hall leader, don't worry. Who knows, our Sky Eagle cult might be able to get rid of them and take all the resources and wealth for ourselves. The treacherous fatty beside the hook-nosed middle-aged man said confidently, Right, kill all the enemies and take all the resources for ourselves. According to the usual practice, only 90% of the resources would go to the headquarters, and the remaining 10% would be distributed accordingly. Therefore, everyone's enthusiasm was high, and no one was afraid of death. Even if they couldn't take down the enemy, as long as they could delay them, it would be fine. 1,500 people were not to be trifled with. Even if the enemy had 2,000 people, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them in a short time. Let's go. The hook-nosed middle-aged man revealed a satisfied expression after seeing everyone's high morale. He waved his hand and led the group toward Azure Spirit Island. Soon, everyone arrived 2,000 li south of Azure Spirit Island. All right, everyone split into 3 groups and wait. This time, it was different from the past. Previously, ambushes were the main method, but this time they would kill as soon as they saw the enemy. There was no need for ambushes. Therefore, they only needed to wait for Yi Chen's group to arrive before they started killing. 15 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. They are here. There are quite a lot of people. A bloodthirsty look flashed through the hook-nosed, middle-aged man's eyes. In his sight, there were about 1,100 people rushing toward them. The 3 people in the lead were Yi Chen, Su Danian, and Wu Chuan, the 3 deputy leaders. Haha, since you are here, then don't leave. The hook-nosed, middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. There were only 1,100 enemies, which was 400 less than them. This was a huge advantage. You are wrong. Yi Chen and the other 2 looked calm. Ha, arrogant. You won't even know how you die later. The hook-nosed, middle-aged man raised his right hand and was about to give the order. On the other side, Yi Chen also raised his hand and yelled, All of you, come out! His voice was mighty, and with the help of Jin Yuan, it spread out dozens of times faster than the speed of sound. In an instant, it spread out hundreds of li kill. 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 From the north, east, and west, more than 1,000 people charged over from each direction. The people in the north were dressed in black, and they were from the Black Dragon Hall. The people in the east were dressed in red, and they were from the Red Dragon Hall. The people in the west were dressed in white, and they were from the White Dragon Hall. In addition, the leader of the White Dragon Hall was the White Dragon Hall leader, Mo Foam. Chapter 695. How is this possible? The middle-aged man was dumbstruck, his face aghast. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that he had been ambushed. Up until now, it had always been them ambushing dragon god Celestial Palace's people. He had never thought that one day they would also be ambushed. Bastard! That guy actually betrayed us and provided false information. As the hall leader of Sky Eagle cult, he naturally knew that they had spies in Azure Dragon Hall. Therefore, his first thought was that they had been betrayed. Break out with all our strength. 1,500 against 5,000. How could the middle-aged man have any other thoughts? The only thought in his mind was to run away, as many as possible. Hall leader, which direction do we go? The treacherous fatty hurriedly asked in a panic. This way. The middle-aged man chose Yi Chen's direction. The other three directions had at least 1,300 people, and the most was 1,500 and 600. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's side only had 1,100 people, a few hundred less. With their strength of 1,500 people, they should have a high chance of breaking through. Charge! Raising his hand, the middle-aged man led his people to the right. He was not stupid enough to fight against Yi Chen head-on. The most important thing at the moment was to escape the encirclement. Kill! Yi Chen stood on the golden dragon chariot, while Su Danian and Wu Chuan stood on the black chariot. With the two chariots as the arrowhead, more than 1,100 people were like two long dragons, advancing side by side, slanting toward the Sky Eagle cult's troops. When the distance was only 30 li, Yi Chen and the rest took the initiative to launch their attacks. One attack after another ruthlessly fell on the Sky Eagle cult's troops, like a torrential storm. Defend! The Sky Eagle cult's people joined hands to form a thick Zhan Yuan barrier. This Zhan Yuan barrier contained the power of 1,500 people. Its defense was so strong that even if several half-step kings attacked together, they wouldn't be able to break it. Yi Chen and the rest were, after all, far away. Thus, their attacks were weakened by a lot. They only left a few tiny ripples on the barrier, like the ripples of a drizzle falling on a lake. Vice Palace Leader Su, Vice Palace Leader Wu. They're currently defending with all their might. They don't have the time to attack. The two of you will block their path at full speed. We'll suppress them from the left and right. Yi Chen said decisively to Su Danian and Wu Chuan. All right. Su Danian and Wu Chuan led 600 to 700 people and separated from the main force. Two long dragons, one on the left and one on the right, attacked the Sky Eagle cult's people. It was fine if the other side only defended, but if they wanted to attack, they would definitely withdraw their defense. In that case, a round of attacks would be able to wipe out half of them. Faster, faster! The hook-nosed, middle-aged man was anxious. If the other side didn't split up, he could easily escape the encirclement by sacrificing a small portion of his forces. In this situation where he fought and retreated, when the reinforcements from the other three forces were no longer a problem, it would be their turn to fiercely counterattack. However, Yi Chen's troops took advantage of the moment when they were defending with all their might to split into two groups. One group attacked them to slow them down, while the other group temporarily gave up on attacking and rushed to the front at full speed to block their path. Left side, defend with all your might. The others attack. Amidst the chaos, the hook-nosed middle-aged man didn't lose his cool. He ordered the people on the left side to defend with all their might against Yi Chen, while the people facing Su Danian and Wu Chuan gave up on defending and attacked with all their might. Although the speed of the 1,300 people was a lot slower, it was still majestic and unstoppable. Rumble! Like countless fireworks exploding, hundreds of attacks flew towards Su Danian and Wu Chuan's group. Su Danian and Wu Chuan didn't plan to fight back. Their goal was to stop the Sky Eagle cult's people. Therefore, their first thing to do was not to counterattack, but to stabilize their formation and erect their defense. Bastard! Seeing the round of attacks go to waste, the hook-nosed, middle-aged man's heart sank again and again. The enemy had obviously planned ahead and considered all the possible problems. In other words, he was like a fish in a net. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. You guys are ruthless enough. Everyone, listen to my order. Split into 13 groups. Staying together, they had high defense and attack power, but they would be easily suppressed. If they were scattered, many people would die instantly. However, judging from the current situation, it would be a fantasy if no one died. If they were scattered, 1 or 2 groups might be able to escape, but if they stayed together, everyone would die. Schwa, 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 schwa. Like a school of fish in the water, the Sky Eagle cult's people suddenly split into 13 groups, running through any gap they could find. The scene was extremely chaotic. Facing this kind of situation, Yi Chen didn't change at all. Wave after wave of attacks were thrown out, destroying one group after another. As for himself, he directly controlled the Golden Dragon chariot to attack the hook-nosed, middle-aged man's group at the very front. His speed was more than twice as fast as the other party. Swoosh! The wind was biting cold. Yi Chen slashed out with his sword. The black sword chi was like a crack in the void, attacking the crowd from dozens of miles away. Swoosh! A large amount of blood rained down. This sword directly killed more than 100 people. Without any pause, Yi Chen slashed out again. A black thunderball streaked across the sky. Immediately, the other people on the Golden Dragon chariot also arrived at the best attacking distance. One after another, they all launched their strongest attacks. The mighty chi surged out like a tidal wave. With one round of attacks, the hook-nosed middle-aged man and his group were completely annihilated. One couldn't blame them for being weak. It could only be said that the Golden Dragon chariot had gathered the strongest forces: Yi Chen, Qin Yusin, Luo Yunsong, and Xing Melian. Just Yi Chen alone could fight against half a group. If he couldn't kill the other party, then it would be strange. The other members of the Sky Eagle cult had the same fate as the hook-nosed middle-aged man. Although they had caused trouble for the people of the Azure Dragon Hall, they still couldn't break out of the encirclement. Out of the 13 groups, only 4 were left, with less than 400 people. When the people of the Black Dragon Hall, White Dragon Hall, and Crimson Dragon Hall arrived, the 1,300 people of the Sky Eagle cult had already been annihilated. Of course, it couldn't be said that these 3 groups didn't play a role. If it weren't for them, the hook-nosed middle-aged man wouldn't have chosen to escape. Instead, he would have split up and fought with Yi Chen's group to the death. In that case, even if Yi Chen's group could kill them all, they would have to pay a big price. Haha, Yi Chen, long time no see. Mo Feng and Yi Chen could be considered to be very close. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Thank you all for coming to help." "Deputy Yi, what are you saying? The Sky Eagle cult is our common enemy. This is our duty." The other 2 hall leaders didn't dare to treat Yi Chen as an ordinary deputy, so they replied politely. Yi Chen said, "If nothing unexpected happens, the number of people from the Water Wave sect, Black King Gate, and Whirlwind Gate won't be small. What awaits us is a tough battle. Who's afraid of who? We're not here for sightseeing. No matter what, we have to kill a bunch of people." The leader of the Crimson Dragon Hall was a bearded man with a rare bandit aura. However, in terms of individual strength, he was on par with the leader of the Black Dragon Hall, second only to the leader of the Azure Dragon Hall, Wei Long Tao. The leader of the Black Dragon Hall was a cold, middle-aged man with a heavy killing intent. He opened his mouth and said, "Let this place become the nightmare of the 4 forces." Left Hall leader is right. Let this place become the nightmare of the 4 forces. A cold light flickered in Mo Feng's eyes as well. 3 hall masters and 1 deputy. The aura of the 4 standing together was simply too powerful, instantly becoming the center of attention. Although Yi Chen had only been a deputy for a short time, his personal accomplishments were simply too frightening. His aura was not below that of the 3 in front of him, and it seemed as if he was the leader. The 4 gathered for a while before separating. Just like before, the Black Dragon Hall, Crimson Dragon Hall, and White Dragon Hall spread out, staying 100 li away from Yi Chen's group. This distance was neither too far nor too close, just outside the range of Sea of Soul Realm experts' soul power detection. They could quickly rush over to help. They were waiting for the other 3 forces to arrive. The first to arrive were the people of the Whirlwind Gate. Something's wrong. Where are the people of the Sky Eagle cult? The leader of the Wind Hall, Hilingji, creased his brows as his speed involuntarily slowed down. The people of the Sky Eagle cult have already been repelled by us. Seems like you guys will also follow in their footsteps. From afar, Yi Chen's voice was heard. He didn't say that the people of the Sky Eagle cult had been completely annihilated. Instead, he said that they had repelled the enemy to avoid raising their guard. After all, being completely annihilated and repelled were 2 different concepts. Follow in their footsteps? Humph. So what if you've repelled them? This place will become your burial ground. Hilingji didn't doubt him. In his opinion, Yi Chen must have brought a lot of people, perhaps even more than 2,000. After repelling the people of the Sky Eagle cult, their losses were not low either, leaving only 1,100 people. On his side, there were more than 1,600 people. Adding the people of the Black King Gate and Waterwave sect, who were also about to arrive, there was no doubt about it. Kill! With an explanation, Hilingji let out a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, he led his people toward Yi Chen's group. Defend with all your strength. Yi Chen didn't prepare to attack. Instead, he organized his people to raise a Zhanyuan barrier. Boom, 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 boom. A large number of attacks landed on the barrier, forcing Yi Chen's group to retreat several dozen li. Kill! 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 Right at this moment, Hilingji's left, right, and right rear, 3 groups of people charged over. Because the distance between them was only 100 li, and their attention had been diverted by Yi Chen's group. By the time they recovered, it was already too late to escape. You dare lie to me? Are the people of the Sky Eagle cult completely annihilated? Hilingji's anger flared up, his eyes spewing fire. It's too late for you to know. Yi Chen declined to comment. Even if I die, I'll drag you guys down with me. Hilingji knew that he couldn't escape, so he led his people and recklessly charged toward Yi Chen, shortening the distance between them. Counterattack. Yi Chen wasn't afraid of the enemy before, but to prevent them from escaping. That was why he retreated step by step, pulling the enemy into the best ambush spot. Withdrawing the Zhanyuan barrier, thousands of attacks blasted out. A large number of attacks collided, forming a death zone that extended several dozen li. At this moment, the people of the Black Dragon Hall, Red Dragon Hall, and White Dragon Hall were already 30 li away. Rumble. The 3 parties each sent out a round of attacks. Immediately, miserable screams resounded. Hundreds of Whirlwind Gate's experts died on the spot. After 2 rounds of attacks, the people of the Whirlwind Gate followed the footsteps of the Sky Eagle cult's people, completely annihilated. Haha, great. The Red Dragon Hall leader had never killed so happily before. His eyes were bloodshot and his killing intent soared. Chapter 696. Deputy Yi is truly a godly person. When Palace Master was here, although the 4 forces didn't dare to press too hard, the overall situation in Blood Battle Ocean was still a notch above Dragon God Celestial Palace. After Palace Master went into seclusion, our Dragon God Celestial Palace didn't have a big victory. Occasionally we would turn the tables, but it didn't matter. Yeah, it's only been an hour, and we've already killed more than 2,000 people. This is definitely a big victory. Previously, Yi Chen was only famous in Azure Dragon Hall. The other 3 halls didn't know much about Yi Chen, thinking that it was a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. But now, the experts of the 3 halls were filled with reverence for Yi Chen. In their eyes, Yi Chen wasn't the Azure Dragon Hall leader, but he was even more powerful. Yi Chen, with you here, The situation in Blood Battle Ocean is under our control. Mo Fong sighed endlessly. Who could have expected that a single Yi Qin could flip the situation in Blood Battle Ocean upside down? If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would have doubted it. I only have some special abilities. Ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts could only cover 100 li, while Yi Qin could cover 500 li. This was a huge advantage that couldn't be crossed. If he didn't have soul power, Yi Qin wouldn't be able to take the initiative and toy with the enemy. Special abilities are also a part of your strength. You're more suited for battle than us, the Black Dragon Hall leader said. Yi Qin faintly smiled, not saying anything. Black King Gate and Water Wave Sex experts had better luck. En route, they bumped into each other. Their numbers reached more than 3,000, and they were majestically rushing over. What welcomed them were 5,000 people, an increase of 2,000. Retreat! The black-robed leader's expression changed drastically as he roared. Chase! With a wave of his hand, Yi Qin and the other 3 palaces converged and chased after them. The reason why they did not surround them was because they did not have enough people. Normally, it would only make sense to surround them if they had 3 times more people than the enemies. Otherwise, it would give the enemies a chance to take them out one by one. After all, this was not a normal army, but an army made up of astral-reaching realm warriors and above. Both sides, one in front and one behind, madly chased after each other. However, in terms of average strength, Dragon God Celestial Palace was undoubtedly superior to the other 4 forces. Their overall speed was much higher. Roughly 2 hours later, the distance between the 2 sides had shrunk to 30 li, reaching the optimal attacking distance. Without the need for Yi Chen's order, everyone unleashed their ultimate moves, attacking the experts of Black King Gate and Water Wave Sect. Rumble. The experts of Black King Gate and Water Wave Sect had no choice but to join hands to set up a defense. But as a result, their speed gradually slowed down, and it became even more difficult to get rid of Yi Qin and the rest. 5,000 people launched a joint attack, shaking the enemy camp's Genuine barrier to the point where it was on the verge of collapse. Ripples spread out in all directions, and from time to time, there would be people spitting out blood as they were injured. Elder Zhao, what should we do? The black-robed leader of Black King Gate looked at the green-robed leader of Water Wave Sect. The green-robed old man's face was extremely unsightly as he said word by word, "If this goes on, our casualties will only increase. Once it accumulates to a certain extent, we won't even have the qualifications to fight to the death with them. At present, the best method is to counterattack and fight to the death with them. Can we fight? Even if we can't, we still have to fight. Our numbers aren't small, 3,200 people, while the other side has 5,000. It's not like we don't have the power to fight. All right, let's fight." The black-robed man was not an indecisive person. Being forced into desperate straits, a cruel glint flickered in his eyes, as if he had turned from a human into a ferocious beast. All-out counterattack. Finally, the experts of Black King Gate and Water Wave Sect no longer blindly fled. Instead, they turned around, preparing to fight to the death with Yi Qin and the rest. Kill. There was no need for words between the 2 sides. The moment they met, they would kill. Thousands of attacks blasted together, turning the area between the 2 sides into a starry river of death. Anyone who entered would instantly be blasted into dregs, leaving not even bones behind. At this moment, individual battle strength was no longer important. Even Yi Qin couldn't contend against thousands of people. The moment he was alone, he would be killed in an instant. Of course, if he wholeheartedly wanted to escape, no matter how many people there were, they wouldn't be able to stop Yi Qin. Using the defensive sword art, Yi Chen's speed was already not inferior to the attack speed of ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. He could completely shake off the attacks. Pung, 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 pung. The battle of thousands of people was too spectacular, too frightening. Both sides no longer had any other thoughts. The only thought on their minds was to use their best moves. As for anything else, they couldn't be bothered to think about it. This battle lasted for an hour. Finally, the experts of Black King Gate and Water Wave sect began to show signs of decline. The reason they were able to resist until now was because the attacks of Yi Qin and the rest were too concentrated. A lot of them were wasted. After all, Zhen Yuan could be fused together for a short period of time, but killing moves and the like were very hard to fuse. The moment they came into contact, they would cancel each other out, turning into pure Jin Yuan. However, an advantage was an advantage. As time passed, Yi Chen's side maintained their peak condition. On the other hand, the other side, due to going all out, started to show signs of exhaustion. This was especially true for the astral reaching experts. Because they had swallowed a large amount of pellets, the purity of their Zhenyuan kept dropping, greatly reducing their attack power. On the other hand, on Yi Chen's side, the frequency of their astral reaching experts taking pellets was less than half of the other side. After all, they had the advantage in numbers, so they didn't need to put in so much effort. Rumble. Another quarter of an hour passed, and the experts of Black King Gate and Water Wave sect could no longer maintain the situation. A gap was blasted open on the left side, and hundreds of people turned into a part of the Zhenyuan, turning into ashes. Only bits and pieces of storage rings were left behind, falling into the ocean. Everyone hold on. Killing one is breaking even. Killing two is killing one. The green-robed old man attacked, while boosting the morale. Hall leader is right. Since we're all going to die, we might as well drag one down with us. Without a doubt, desperate situations could make people go crazy and hysterical. This kind of hysteria in an army composed of ordinary people would only be a bad thing. However, in a sect war, it could often erupt with frightening might. Even the weakest among them was early astral reaching realm. Their potential was far greater than ordinary people. In a state of selflessness, they could even burn their life force. Swoosh! The attacks were concentrated on purpose. Yi Chen's side also lost dozens of people. Of course, they were already prepared. Their numbers reached several thousand, so it would be impossible for them not to lose one person. If both sides had 10 times more people, with each side having several tens of thousands of people, Yi Qin would at most have the confidence to defeat the other side, but it would be impossible for him to completely annihilate the other side. This was the unknown brought by quantity. Unfortunately, the eruption of potential had a limit, and it couldn't be continued forever. Moreover, Yi Chen's side didn't dare to be negligent. Each and every one of them had their nerves stretched to the limit. Their offensive power increased by 100 feet, once again suppressing the other side and increasing the number of kills to 700. As their numbers decreased, it was like a vicious cycle. The number of casualties kept increasing, and the more casualties there were, the more they couldn't hold on. It was like a rolling snowball, getting bigger and bigger, becoming more and more ridiculous. They were only a step away from being completely routed. We can't hold on any longer. Find an opportunity and run. The green-robed old man knew that the defeat was already decided, so he transmitted to the black-robed leader of Black King Gate. I know. The black-robed man gritted his teeth. When the casualties of Black King Gate and Water Wave sect reached 2,000, dozens of figures suddenly separated from the group and flew towards the back. The two leading them were the green-robed old man and the black-robed man. You guys continue the attack, I'll chase. Yi Qin soared into the sky, and 5 sword lights appeared around his body. The sword lights were different from before, and they seemed to be moving backwards. With a swish, Yi Chen turned into a cyan sword light and disappeared in a flash. Haha, how can I be left out? The leader of the Red Dragon Hall led a dozen people and chased after Yi Chen. Soon after, the leader of the Black Dragon Hall and the leader of the White Dragon Hall, Mo Feng, also led a dozen people and soared into the sky. It didn't matter if they stayed or not. If 4,000 people couldn't even take down 1,000 enemies, then they might as well just smash their heads against the wall. In fact, the situation was even better than they had imagined. Seeing that their hall leaders had escaped, how could the experts of Black King Gate and Water Wave sect still have the mood to fight? They all scattered in all directions, thinking that they would have a chance to escape in the chaos. However, doing so would only make them die faster. A random wave of attacks would be enough to annihilate them one by one. Brother Sun, let's split up. The green-robed old man and the black-robed man split into two groups and fled. Yi Chen, who was chasing after them, gave up on the black-robed man and chased after the green-robed old man alone. The leader of the White Dragon Hall, Mo Feng, was afraid that something might happen to Yi Chen, so he also chased after the green-robed old man. As for the leaders of the Black Dragon Hall and the Red Dragon Hall, they chased after the black-robed man together. Although the sword light flying art was not as fast as the Imperial sword flying art, it was Yi Chen's special ability after all. With a flicker, he could cover several li. Soon, the distance between him and the green-robed old man was less than 50 li. Kid, you're courting death! The green-robed old man's eyes flickered with a green light. He suddenly turned around and led 20 people toward Yi Chen. He didn't believe that Yi Chen alone could fight against 20 of them. It should be known that his strength was also very high, and he was absolutely a hall leader level expert. Even if he was alone, he might not be afraid of Yi Chen. 20 people charged forward aggressively like tigers and wolves. The distance between the two sides continued to shrink. 50 li, 40 li, 35 li, not good. Mo Feng's complexion changed as he hurriedly yelled to the people behind him, "Hurry up and support Deputy Yi!" Yes, the people Mo Feng brought were all great experts with late sea of Soul Realm cultivation base. Each of them had experienced hundreds of battles and could hold their own. Seeing that Yi Chen was in danger, they secretly increased their speed, surpassing their own limits. Facing 20 people, Yi Chen was not afraid at all. Holding the Thunder Disaster Sword in his right hand, he raised it high above his head. The tip of the sword emitted a dark, golden radiance. Go to hell! When the distance between them was only 30 li, the green-robed old man and the 20 people beside him simultaneously roused their Jinyuan, preparing to unleash their ace attacks. Unfortunately, even though they were fast, Yi Chen was even faster. Gold ripple. The Thunder Disaster sword descended, and a dark golden ripple light beam shot out. Wherever it went, the sky darkened, and a dark golden trace streaked across. Poochie! 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 Without any suspense, the 20 people, including the green-robed old man, were turned into ashes by this sword attack. Upper-grade artifacts and storage rings flew everywhere, flickering with light. At this point, this operation was nearing completion. Under the leadership of Yi Chen, the total losses of the 4 opposing forces had reached a frightening level. Moreover, Yi Chen's battle record was also at a frightening level. In the history of the Dragon God Celestial Palace, perhaps no one could compete with him in battle record. Chapter 697. Hiss! Mo Feng had long since known that Yi Chen's strength was at the inhuman level. He had sparred with Yi Chen many times in South Rudra region. However, he didn't expect that Yi Chen had already reached the level where he could instantly kill dozens of people. It should be known that his opponents were not ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts, but late Sea of Soul Realm experts, especially the green-robed old man. As the leader of Water Wave sect, his strength could only be higher than Mo Feng's. However, in front of Yi Chen, he was no different from an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert. I'm afraid this guy is only one step away from half-step King Realm, Mo Feng said inwardly. In terms of profound will and battle experience, half-step kings were not much more powerful than peak masters. Their strength lay in their Zhan Yuan. Life and Death Realm Zhen Yuan was called King Zhen Yuan, while half-step King Zhen Yuan was called half-step King Zhen Yuan. Half-step King Zhen Yuan was no longer a liquid Zhen Yuan, but a solid one. It could easily condense into a Jianyuan crystal. Even if this Jianyuan crystal lost control, it wouldn't dissipate and would continue to exist. Most importantly, Jianyuan crystals could be provided to others for cultivation and were classified as half-step extreme-grade energy crystals. It was said that King Jianyuan could even condense into all kinds of gems, diamonds, and even some special crystals. Moreover, the hardness of the things condensed by King Jianyuan was far beyond ordinary. For example, a Jianyuan gem was at least 10 times harder than a gem of the same grade. Putting away the storage ring and some damaged upper-grade artifacts, Yichen turned around and said, "Big brother Amo, you go back and take charge of the situation. I'll go check out the situation on the other side." The leader of Black King's sect was not much weaker than the leaders of Red Dragon Hall and Black Dragon Hall. If he had some life-saving secret arts, he might be able to escape from the hands of the two. Yichen had to go and take a look. "All right, I don't think I'll be needed." Mo Feng shook his head with a bitter smile and led his people back the way they came. Waiting until Mo Feng and the others were far away, the gold sword on Yi Chen's back automatically took out of its scabbard, turning into a beam of gold light that appeared right in front of him. Stepping on it, Yi Chen pushed his Jianyuan and soul power. Shoo! The gold sword carried Yi Chen and shot out with dozens of times the speed of sound, leaving a clear sword mark in the air that did not disappear for a long time. "Haha, just the two of you want to keep me here?" The black-robed man was fighting the Red Dragon Hall Master and the Black Dragon Hall Master alone. Although he was at an absolute disadvantage, he was still undefeated. It wasn't because he was stronger than the other two. In fact, the three of them were about the same. However, the black-robed man had an extremely powerful water ultimacy, defensive martial art. This defensive martial art was like a ball of pale green water that wrapped around the black-robed man. When the attacks of the Red Dragon Hall Master and the Black Dragon Hall Master landed on it, they were either weakened or deflected. They only had 30 to 40% of their power left. "This guy is so powerful. Watch my Scarlet Python Silk Palm." The Red Dragon Hall Master was a hot-tempered man. After attacking for a long time without success, his eyes opened wide like two bronze bells. With a roar, he threw out a palm attack. For to 46 flame pythons coiled around the black-robed man's body, strangling him. "Break!" The black-robed old man's face turned red as he threw out a palm attack, shattering 9 flame pythons in an instant. Extermination space shattering cut. The Black Dragon Hall Master's weapon was a semi-extreme grade black blade. As he waved it out, a blade light with extermination chi slashed at the green water around the black-robed man's body. Although the blade did not cut through the green water, it still left a gap. The Crimson Dragon Hall Master and the Black Dragon Hall Master had a tacit understanding. The moment the saber beam slashed a hole in the green wave, they immediately controlled a flaming python to enter. However, the black-robed man was no pushover either. The green wave condensed into a solid state, trapping the flaming python inside and preventing it from entering. Unfortunately, the Red Dragon Hall Master's goal had been achieved. "Explode!" The Red Dragon Hall Master roared, and the flame python immediately exploded, blowing up the green water and splashing water everywhere. Half of the black-robed man's body was scorched black, and he had suffered serious internal injuries. "The two of you will die in my hands one day." The black-robed man groaned as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his hair was disheveled. "Let's talk about that after you leave this place alive." As the Red Dragon Hall Master spoke, the 6 flame pythons around the black-robed man also exploded. The surging flames collided and formed a huge flaming mushroom cloud. Water transformation escape. At this moment, the black-robed man's figure turned and turned into a green stream, escaping into the distance. His speed was so fast that it left no trace. Not good. The Red Dragon Hall Master and the Black Dragon Hall Master's expressions changed as they chased after him. The black-robed man seemed to have used a secret art that overdrafted his potential. His speed became faster and faster, leaving the 2 dozens of li behind. It looked like they would not be able to catch up. Abruptly, a black sword light flickered, and the green stream was cut in 2. The black-robed man did not even have the time to let out a scream before he was dismembered. The one who killed the black-robed man was none other than Yi Qin. He had sensed the black-robed man from several hundred li away. Switching from imperial sword flight to sword light flight art, he charged at the black-robed man at his highest speed and slashed at close range. Deputy Yi! The Red Dragon Hall Master heaved a sigh of relief. Are you two all right? The Red Dragon Hall Master smiled and said, What could happen to us? But I didn't expect this guy to have so many life-saving methods. First, it was the green water wave, then the super powerful water escape art. Although the black-robed man's battle strength was comparable to the 2, it would be difficult for the 2 to take him down even if they joined hands. Thinking about it, it made sense. Under normal circumstances, if one wanted to kill an expert of the same level, unless the opponent did not run away, it would require 3 people to have a chance. Not everyone was as all-round as Yi Qin. By the time the 3 returned to the battlefield, the battle had already ended. The troops of Black King Gate and Water Wave Sect had been completely annihilated, while Dragon God Celestial Palace's side had lost more than 200 people. In this battle, the 4 opposing forces had lost 6,000 troops. It had to be said that it was extremely bitter, and they would probably not be able to recover for a long time. After returning to the Azure Dragon Hall, this great news spread at an astonishing speed, and Yi Qin once again became the focal point. Many people called Yi Qin the war god of Dragon God Celestial Palace. With him, the army of Dragon God Celestial Palace would be invincible. Yi Qin had made such a huge contribution, so the rewards were naturally not lacking. Although most of the rewards were useless to him, Yi Qin had Yi family and Sky Cloud sect. The more rewards, the better. After all, although his status was high, Dragon God Celestial Palace was not founded by him. He could at most take some things that were useful to him. He couldn't very well use his position to take away a large amount of resources for Yi family and Sky Cloud sect. Apart from the rewards, Dragon God Celestial Palace also awarded Yi Qin a Dragon God medal. This medal was the highest honor of an individual in Dragon God Celestial Palace. It was also a special artifact that could store a large amount of Zhenyuan, roughly equivalent to a third of Yi Qin's Zhenyuan. It was absolutely priceless. As for the others, apart from the rewards, they also received a medal. For example, Lin Songhai, Chun Yusin, and Luo Yun Song, as disciples of Dragon God Celestial Palace, each received an Iron Blood Medal, which was ranked 3rd. The other 3 Hall Masters received Battle Dragon Medal, which was similar to the Iron Blood Medal. In short, the number of medals awarded this time was much more than in the past 10 years, because the achievements of the past 10 years couldn't compare to this one. Time flew by in a leisurely manner. On the boundless blood battle ocean, the flames of war could be seen everywhere. The battle had already entered its final stage. Dark Devour! Beside Yi Qin, a purple-robed masked woman formed a seal with both hands. Her movements were so fast that it was dazzling to the eyes. Outside her body, waves of deep dark power rippled out. Pop! Near the enemy's leader, a collapsing and rotating dark sphere appeared. This dark sphere was like a black hole, emitting a frightening gravitational force. It immediately swallowed this powerful enemy, leaving no bones behind. Soon after, the dark sphere swelled a few times and twisted, seeming as if it was about to collapse. Then the storage ring and the upper-grade artifact were spat out. Powerful! Yi Qin praised. He could tell that this dark devourer of Murong Qingqing was created by imitating a black hole. It had a devouring effect, and would only dissipate after devouring a sufficient amount of mass. In other words, one couldn't avoid this killer move without paying a price. If one didn't have enough strength, they would only be devoured. The structure is still not too stable, unless I can see a real black hole. Murong Ching blinked her eyes, somewhat dissatisfied. You can't become fat in one bite. Although we can't go to the starry sky, true spirit continent has some dangers similar to black holes. If there's an opportunity, we'll certainly see it. Time passed by in a flash. Half a month ago, Murong Ching finally created her own dark, profound martial skill, Dark Devour. Although this profound martial skill had yet to be perfected, its lethality wasn't weak. Even against experts of the same level, it would have a certain effect. Therefore, Murong Ching temporarily put aside her bitter cultivation and came to Dragon God Celestial Palace. She had long since known that Yi Qin and Su Jing had a tacit understanding. This time, she had come to see Su Jing. Unfortunately, Su Jing had been in seclusion for many years, and no one knew what her seclusion signified. In short, Murong Ching subconsciously believed that Su Jing was her greatest rival. Although she didn't really reject Su Jing, she always had a sense of crisis and couldn't act as if nothing had happened. In this 1 year, Yi Chen had experienced dozens of battles, big and small. Every battle ended with victory. In these battles, the 4 opposing forces were on guard and began to be cautious. Therefore, although victory belonged to Yi Chen, the number of times he was completely annihilated was few and far between. The situation in Blood Battle Ocean had also gradually stabilized, with both sides restraining themselves and no longer acting unscrupulously. After such a long period of battle, Yi Chen felt somewhat bored. He had already thought of resigning from his position and returning to the continent. The current leader of Azure Dragon Hall was none other than the 18th Elder of the Elders Association, Elder Yu. He had been temporarily acting as the leader for more than a year. Although his strength was inferior to Wei Longtao's, and even inferior to the leaders of Black Dragon Hall, Red Dragon Hall, and White Dragon Hall, he wasn't weak either. He had a very close relationship with Yi Qin. The battles were simply too easy, and the enemies simply couldn't raise any waves. Murong Ching said, "During your absence, the continent has experienced a storm. Right now, although the first rank is still yours, the following ranks have been occupied by other geniuses. Dugu Ju is ranked 2nd, Dantai Mingyue is ranked 3rd, Bai Wuxue is 4th, Yan Fengfeng is 5th, Lu Xiaoyu is 8th, and Xia Hozuan is 9th. Situ Hao, who exchanged the defensive sword art with you, is full of momentum, surpassing Godly Shark Princess and Xiao Chuha, who are not active on the continent. Bai Minghui is ranked 16th, and Chu Zhongtian is ranked 18th. Moreover, Dugu Ju had once defeated an old monster who was equally famous as Sky, Sword Master, Nirvana Blade Master. The change is indeed great. Yi Qin didn't feel surprised. For the older generation masters, a year's time couldn't make much progress. However, for the peak geniuses, it was the time for them to advance by leaps and bounds. He didn't doubt that he wouldn't be able to keep his first rank in the ranking. The competition was too intense. Chapter 698. As time passed, the frequency of battles in Blood Battle Ocean became lower and lower. In the past, there would be at least a dozen battles in a month. Now, 1 battle a month was already not bad. Both sides seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. When one side was transporting resources, the other side wouldn't ambush the other, and when the other side was transporting resources, the other side wouldn't ambush the other. Otherwise, they would have to fight for their lives. Clearly, neither side had made any preparations. Dragon God Celestial Palace was uncertain because Dragon King hadn't come out of seclusion. The 4 opposing forces were also apprehensive of Dragon King, afraid of going too far. Once Dragon King came out of seclusion, they would inevitably seek justice. Without battles, Yi Chen naturally didn't intend to stay. He had come to Dragon God's celestial palace precisely to redeem the situation, and he had already accomplished more than he could. On this day, Yi Qin arrived at the headquarters of Dragon God's celestial palace and resigned from the position of Azure Dragon Hall deputy. Although the elders of Elders Association were reluctant, they knew that they couldn't force him to stay. Moreover, Blood Battle Ocean was currently peaceful. Keeping Yi Qin here would only be a waste of time. Let's go. Inside the hall, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing entered the conveyor gate. South Rudra Sect, conveyor chamber, buzz! 2 figures walked out of the conveyor gate. Yi Qin. Long Bai was waiting outside the conveyor gate. Upon seeing Yi Qin, her face revealed a faint smile. Sect leader Long. Yi Qin cupped his fists. This time it's all thanks to you. I didn't expect that you alone could reverse the situation in Blood Battle Ocean. Long Bai was in a good mood. It was no wonder that Yi Qin had resolved the crisis of Dragon God Celestial Palace. Back then, when Yi Qin had gone, she had never thought that Yi Qin would help Dragon God Celestial Palace suppress the 4 opposing forces. As long as they could maintain the situation, it would be fine. It could be said that Yi Qin's performance had far exceeded her expectations, frightening her. Yi Qin said, to help Dragon God Celestial Palace overcome this crisis, Yi Qin is very honored. Sect leader Long, don't regard me as an outsider. Moreover, I'm also a member of Dragon God Celestial Palace. That's true. Long Bai smiled. Although Yi Qin had resigned from his position as the Azure Dragon Hall's Vice Hall Master, he was still the esteemed Dragon God Envoy. After chatting with Long Bai for a while, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing returned to the Yi clan. In the past year, Yi Qin had come back 3 times. With the teleportation gate, it was very convenient. If it weren't for the fact that teleportation consumed a lot of top-grade spirit stones, Yi Qin could have come back once a day. After fighting for more than a year, Yi Qin was also a little tired. In the following week, he did not cultivate, nor did he think too much about things. Every day, he lived a leisurely life, chatting with his parents, playing with his younger brother and sister, or spending time with Murong Qingqing. During this period of time, Yi Qin had gone through the most important baptism of his life. One night, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing joined together. That night, the 2 tossed and turned until the next morning. Murong Qingqing's body was extremely perfect, smooth like silk, tall and slender, neither too thin nor too voluptuous. Due to the 2C of Soul Realm cultivation base, their endurance was astonishing. A night of absurdity had instead left them in high spirits. Vaguely, the 2's temperament had somewhat changed. At least, on the next day, when Yi Tianhao and Shan Yuqing saw Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing, they faintly smiled, as if they knew something. Yi Qin was already 27 years old. This was the first time he had lost his virginity, so he was always a bit impulsive. Whenever he had the chance, he would make love to Murong Qingqing. Moreover, Murong Qingqing's charm was really huge. Due to the fact that she trained demon power, her demon body gave people a noble and alluring feeling, as if she was a combination of angel and demon. On the bed, Murong Qingqing was very proactive, which was completely different from her usual calmness. All in all, in this short period of time, the 2 enjoyed a life that could only be envied by lovebirds and were extremely grateful. The morning air was fresh and moist, and the chirping of birds could be heard from outside. Opening his eyes, Yi Qin looked at Murong Qingqing lying beside him and revealed a trace of a smile. In his sight, Murong Qingqing's jade-like body was lying horizontally, only covered by a thin piece of silk. Her stunning curves could not be covered at all. Her perky buttocks were half covered, revealing a snow-white bulge. Her chest had an exaggerated curve, seeming to be even fuller than before. Under the silk, 2 protruding points could be seen. How many times did we do it yesterday? It should be 5 times. With a bitter smile, Yichen got off the bed naked and went to the bathroom to wash his body. After washing up, Murong Qingqing had already woken up. She stretched, and the silk on her body immediately slid down. "Little vixen!" Yichen walked over and kissed her. Murong Qingqing blinked her eyes, enjoying the kiss. After tossing and turning for a long time, Yichen finally walked out of the bedroom and arrived at the courtyard. This courtyard was one of the most luxurious courtyards of the Yi family. There was a forest, a lake, a garden, and even a rock garden as well as a pavilion. It was like a small paradise. Sucking in a deep breath, Yichen arrived before the lake with his long sword. Chop! Grabbing the air with both hands, Yichen chopped down. Whoosh! The air surged, and a straight mark appeared on the lake. Strange. My Zhenyuan seems to have grown a lot. I'm about to break through to late sea of soul realm. Yichen could feel the surging Zhenyuan in his body, like a torrential river. It was endless and filled with a kind of tension. Without thinking too much, Yichen calmed his mind and gradually entered a state of cultivation. Currently, other than the void-shattering finger, the golden ripple, the sword control art, and the blood-severing ghost finger, all of his other martial arts had long reached perfection. As for void-shattering finger, Yichen had already reached 90% completion more than a year ago. Although perfection was not that easy to reach, Yichen had a feeling that as long as there was an opportunity, he would be able to reach greater completion and reach 100% completion. On the other hand, the gold ripple was much more difficult. This was a high-rank, profound martial art. After more than a year of bitter training and tempering, he had only managed to raise it from 30 to 40% to 40 to 50%. However, this was already very terrifying. In terms of power, it was close to the defensive sword technique and was not much weaker than it. Yichen had always believed that exchanging the defensive sword art with Situ was his greatest harvest. Currently, the defensive sword art was still at the peak of the second layer. However, be it speed or offense, it was not second place. It was definitely a killer move. Situ being able to shine so brightly on the master's list was unknown to Yichen, but it was not important. Even if the latter were to be ranked second, or even push him down, Yichen would not regret it. The latter was able to surpass him because of his talent. Without talent, even if the best resources were given to him, he would not be able to achieve much. At most, he would only be able to become a rare expert. Since the defensive sword art was powerful enough, Yichen would not look down on the blood-severing ghost finger. This finger art was too strange. As soon as the finger slashed out, a strange scene appeared. The white-robed departed soul's figure became increasingly clear. Once, Yichen even saw it smiling at him. He didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, because it was too real. It was hard to tell the difference. Perhaps Dragon King knew what was going on, but he was in seclusion. The peak of the second layer of the defensive sword art has stabilized enough. Now, I can attempt the third layer. The third realm would allow him to create Zhan Yuan flying swords. With his soul power and sword intent, the power of one Zhan Yuan flying sword would be able to instantly kill a top master level warrior. If he were to use 100 or even 1,000 swords at the same time, its power would be unimaginable. Of course, in the history, the highest power of Sea of Souls realm sword artists was 72 swords at the same time. Legend had it that someone had reached 81 swords at the same time, but no one knew if it was true or not. Southern Sector, Golden Sand Region. In a super luxurious restaurant, Chu Zhongtian and the geniuses of Golden Sand Region were drinking. Sitting next to Chu Zhongtian was his junior sister, Rakshasa. She had purple hair and purple eyes, looking extremely enchanting. She had a fiery figure and a bewitching appearance. Brother Chu, you are now the most famous figure in our southern sector. Allow me to offer you a toast. Clearly, the geniuses of Golden Sand Region all looked up to Chu Zhongtian. After all, Chu Zhongtian used to be a tycoon of southern sector, and now Chu Zhongtian was already an expert of the master's ranking, ranked within the top 20. This glory was enough to shock the entire southern sector. Although Edict Prince and Thunder Princess were still dazzling, they paled in comparison to Chu Zhongtian. Because of his relationship with Chu Zhongtian's sect could be said to be unparalleled in the southern sector. There were many youngsters who joined the sect. No matter what, a fifth-grade sect was still a fifth-grade sect. It was a king sect, not something small sects could compare with. Chu Zhongtian's expression was indifferent without any pretense. However, everyone was used to this side of Chu Zhongtian. If Chu Zhongtian spoke in a pleasant manner, it would be surprising. "Eldest brother, let me pour you some wine." Rakshasa's name was Zhou Meiting, and she was Chu Zhongtian's second junior sister. The two had always had an ambiguous relationship. However, Zhou Meiting always thought that Chu Zhongtian was too tyrannical, changing women like changing clothes. Therefore, she didn't expose their relationship. However, as Chu Zhongtian established himself in the Sky Martial region, Zhou Meiting started to feel a sense of crisis. She took the initiative to maintain the relationship between the two. She believed that she would be able to tie down Chu Zhongtian's heart. "Brother Chu, you're only at mid-sea of Soul Realm right now, but you are already ranked within the top 20. Once you reach late sea of Soul Realm, you will be invincible within the same generation." Brother Sun is right. Everyone praised Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian took over the wine cup from Zhou Meiting and drank it all, then said lightly, "I have confidence in the others, but there is still Yi Qin in the southern sector." After all these years, Chu Zhongtian had met a lot of horrifying martial geniuses, such as the top 5 young warriors, the 2 top martial geniuses, Situ Hao and Bai Minghui. None of them were ordinary people. However, there was an image in Chu Zhongtian's mind. Behind those martial geniuses, there was a huge shadow. It was so huge that it almost covered up the whole sky, covering all of the martial geniuses in its shadow. No one could see his face clearly, only that sharp sword chi-like eyes. Chapter 699. Splitting Zhan Yuan flying swords is even more difficult than I thought. Standing in front of the lake, Yi Chen pointed with his finger, and the gold sword came out of its scabbard on its own. The dense sword chi hovered above Yi Chen's head twice, and the gold sword suddenly trembled, splitting into 2 lifelike gold swords. These gold swords were imitated by Zhan Yuan, and the 3 swords merged into one. One shouldn't look down on Zhan Yuan flying swords, as it was not easy at all. The hardest part was to let nature take its course. If Yi Chen were to forcefully split the Zhan Yuan flying swords, not to mention 3 swords, he could even launch 100 swords at the same time. Unfortunately, what was the use? The forcefully split Zhan Yuan flying swords would only be equivalent to an ordinary Zhan Yuan attack. Even if Yi Chen's sword intent was powerful, it wouldn't have much destructive power. After a period of cultivation, Yi Chen could only naturally split 2 Zhan Yuan flying swords. The true Zhan Yuan flying swords had to have at least a third of the original's power. Otherwise, it wouldn't be complete and wouldn't have enough power. Go! 3 sword shadows shot out, slashing on a somewhat broken upper-grade shield. Puchi! 3 holes immediately appeared on the shield. The hole in the middle was extremely thin, as if it had been carefully polished. The holes on both sides were slightly twisted, and the iron skin was twisted. A strong smell of iron spread out, like sulfur or rotten eggs. This broken upper-grade shield was Yi Chen's spoils of war in Blood Battle Ocean. He had given the intact ones to the dragon god Celestial Palace, who then gave him sufficient rewards. As for the broken ones, Yi Chen kept a portion and gave the rest to the dragon god Celestial Palace as well. He discovered that using a broken upper-grade artifact to test the attacking power was extremely effective. After all, no matter how broken an upper-grade artifact was, it was still not something a mid-grade artifact could compare to. To destroy it was not something an ordinary sea of soul master could do. It was the best tool for testing power. Not bad, about a third of the original's power. According to the size and shape of the sword holes, it wasn't hard for Yi Qin to judge the power of the Zhan Yuan flying swords. Puchi! The Zhan Yuan flying swords pierced through the broken upper-grade shield and dissipated in the next instant, turning into 2 wisps of green smoke. Only the golden sword was still as sharp as ever and was not damaged at all. Whoosh! Yi Chen pointed his finger, and the golden sword returned to its scabbard. Yi Qin, and he is calling you for dinner. Not far away, Murong Qingqing, who was dressed in a purple robe without a mask, walked over. A fragrant breeze filled the air. Okay, I'll be right there. Let me change first. Yi Chen kissed Murong Qingqing, turned around, and walked back into the house. Splitting the true essence flying swords required a great deal of concentration, and Yi Chen's body began to sweat. Days passed by. Yi Chen was either cultivating or spending time with Murong Qingqing. He had plenty of time. One day, a deacon from the pavilion of Luoyang City brought news. It turned out to be a letter from Yan Fengfeng, asking them to meet up in the Sky Marshal region. Because of the long journey, she had given the letter to the #1 information organization in the world, the Knowledge Pavilion, which had stores all over the continent, making it very convenient. After reading the letter, Yi Chen said to Murong Qingqing, "It has been a long time since I went to the Sky Marshal region. Let's go tomorrow." For most of the martial geniuses, the Sky Marshal region was a holy land. But for Yi Chen, it did not have any special meaning. The higher he stood, the more indifferent he would feel. The journey was long, so there was no need to travel by himself. So Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing got on the flying puppet and flew at 10 times the speed of sound toward the Sky Marshal region. In this world, normal people did not have much to do, going out early and returning late every day to make a living for their families. There were also rich young men who indulged in sensual pleasures. Along the way, Yi Chen did not let the flying puppet fly too high. They flew past one city after another, seeing a very familiar scene. If he did not have his soul traveling over and was still in that world, his life would probably be one of the people down there. But now he did not have to worry about his life anymore. All he wanted was to reach the peak of the sword art and explore the mysteries of the world. Without realizing it, Yi Chen realized that he had already left the mortal world and reached a higher level. The people down there were just normal people in his eyes. Perhaps their lives would still be interesting, but what they wanted would be completely different. 1 month later, the two arrived at the Sky Marshal region. The place where Yan Fengfeng had invited Yi Chen was in the Lotus City, one of the top 10 cities in the world. The whole city was blue and tall. From far away, Yi Chen could already see the tall buildings in the city. The tall ones were hundreds of meters tall, like towers, while the shorter ones were about the same. They seemed to be endless. Shoo! The flying puppet did not slow down at all, rushing into the city directly. The White Cloud restaurant was one of the top 2 restaurants in the city. Although it was luxurious, it was not extravagant. It was made of ancient cloudwood and had 18 floors in total. Each floor was 20 meters tall, taking up a lot of space. Sitting on the 18th floor of the restaurant, the clouds in the sky seemed very close, as if they could touch them with their hands. Yi Chen! On the 18th floor, Yan Fengfeng saw Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. Beside her were the disciples of the mysterious martial school and Hai Wei. Putting away the flying puppet, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing floated into the 18th floor of the restaurant. Long time no see. Yi Chen cupped his fists. Hai Wei laughed. You brat, I thought you had forgotten about us. It has been almost 2 years since we last met, right? This time, we have to drink to our heart's content. All right. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing sat down and poured themselves a cup of wine, drinking it in one gulp. Great. Hai Wuya and Yan Fengfeng each drank a cup. Senior brother Yi, Hello, senior brother Yi. The disciples of the mysterious Martial School and Sky Ocean Martial School greeted Yi Chen one after another. For many of them, it was their first time seeing Yi Chen, so they were a bit reserved. Yi Chen chuckled. Everyone relax a bit. Hai Wuya said, with you here, they won't be able to relax. Don't you think about your current status among the geniuses? But you will get used to it. Don't mind it too much. Isn't this Sword Master Yi Chen? So, Yin Feng Feng invited him. Each floor of the restaurant could hold hundreds of people, and those who could be on the 18th floor were either the upper echelons of the martial schools or the top geniuses. Many of them had seen Yi Chen before, and some of them could be considered famous figures in the Sky Martial region. But the second they saw Yi Chen, they all started gossiping and discussing in low voices. Ever since Yi Chen got the title of Swordmaster, he disappeared without a trace. A lot of people said that he was afraid that he could not bear the title. I wonder if those people would still dare to say such things in front of Yi Chen when he comes back. Of course not. They are only talking behind his back. That is true. There are not many who would dare to say it directly. There were a lot of people discussing in low voices, and some of them would look at Yi Chen from time to time. Within a year of Yi Chen's departure, the new ranking had also come out. Dugu Ju was at the forefront, ranked second. Dan Tai Mingyue shocked the whole crowd the moment she made her move, ranked third. Bai Wuxiue had always been at the top level, ranked fourth. The top 20 were almost all occupied by all the top geniuses. The older generation masters were all giving up their positions. As for the first place, it was still Yi Chen. In this era where geniuses were emerging endlessly, Yi Chen was the only one who had been ranked first for 2 consecutive years. In the past, Yi Chen was also one of the many geniuses. But now, his fame had already spread throughout the continent. There were many people who had not seen Yi Chen before, but there were only a pitiful few who had not heard of Yi Chen. However, newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. There were some new geniuses who were not very sure of Yi Chen. They only saw how horrifying Dugu Ju was, how stunning Dan Tai Mingyue was, and how elegant Bai Wuxiue was. As for Yi Chen, he would probably lose the first place sooner or later. After all, no one could guarantee that they would be in a period of rapid development for more than a year, improving by leaps and bounds. In a situation where there was not much difference, many things could be changed in 1 year, such as the change of the Grandmaster ranking. Sword sex Yi Chen interesting? There were 3 young men and women sitting at a table near the window. The man on the left had a majestic build. His arms were thicker than ordinary people's legs, and he had a heavy saber on his waist. His eyebrows were very thick and long, and his tiger-like eyes contained a terrifying energy. Next to the majestic young man sat a girl in colorful clothes. She had an exotic charm, big eyes, a high nose bridge, and plump lips. She looked very flirtatious, and her body was incomparably hot. Her skin was a light wheat color, and she looked very healthy. Opposite them was a young man. This person's hands were very long and slender, like bamboo joints. His appearance could not be said to be handsome, but it could not be said to be ugly either. His eyes were narrow and long, and the corners of his eyes were very sharp. At this moment, the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, and there was a trace of evil in it. The clothes of these 3 people did not fit in with the others, and they seemed to have come from very far away. Talking about the sword in front of Brother Liu is just asking to be humiliated. The girl in colorful clothes did not hide her voice at all. Yes. The majestic young man nodded. Who are you people? On a nearby table, a few geniuses who admired Yi Chen creased their brows and asked, We're from the West Ocean. The young man drank his wine without looking sideways. West Ocean. I don't care where you're from, but you'd better have some self-awareness. Yi Chen is not someone you can casually belittle. So what if I belittle him? The young man swirled the wine in his hand and the sparkling wine swirled around. "You're from the West Ocean, and you don't have any achievements on true spirit continent. What qualifications do you have to belittle him?" The girl in colorful clothes said with a disdainful face, "Do you know Lu Xiaoyu?" "Lu Xiaoyu? Of course I know him. What's the point of talking about him?" Although Yi Chen, Dugu Ju, Dantai Mingyue, and Yan Fengfeng had become the top 5 young tycoons, pushing down Lu Xiaoyu and the rest, Lu Xiaoyu was once one of the top 5 young tycoons. No one knew what realm his strength had reached. Half a year ago, Lu Xiaoyu went to the West Ocean, but he couldn't even take 10 swords from Brother Lu. Your so-called sword master, Yi Chen, might not be that powerful. What? Lu Xiaoyu couldn't even take 10 swords from him, and that was half a year ago. Half a year ago, Lu Xiaoyu was certainly much more powerful than before, but even he couldn't take 10 swords from this young man. Who exactly was this person? Chapter 700. You're not bragging, are you? There's no proof. I don't believe that Lu Xiaoyu couldn't receive 10 sword strikes from him. The first reaction of the genius who spoke was disbelief, thinking that the other side was exaggerating the truth. For example, after exchanging 10 moves, one side felt that his sword art was slightly inferior and directly admitted defeat. This kind of situation was not unheard of. If it were a life and death battle, exchanging hundreds of moves wouldn't be a problem, but being unable to receive 10 sword strikes was a completely different concept. Bragging. Ask the people of the Western regions and see if they've heard of the name West Ocean Sword Master Lu Wujian. The multicolor-robed woman snorted. West Ocean Sword Master was not called West Ocean Sword Master. Its actual meaning was the Sword Master of the West Ocean. If he left the continent, Yi Chen could also be called the continent's Sword Master. After all, Yi Chen's title was obtained on true spirit continent. Only on the continent would he be recognized, and vice versa. Clearly, everyone understood the meaning of West Ocean Sword Master's words. Each and every one of them sucked in a breath of cold air. What was going on? Usually the 4 shallow oceans and true spirit continent didn't have the title of Sword Master. Who would have thought that after Yi Chen, another Lu Wujian would appear? One was the continent's Sword Master, and the other was West Ocean Sword Master. So he's also a Sword Master. No wonder he's not convinced of Yi Chen. Everyone suddenly understood. West Ocean Sword Master, Yi Chen, you've got an opponent now. Hai Wuya said to Yi Chen with a smile. What's so great about West Ocean Sword Master? Our continent is the Orthodox. A disciple of mysterious sect who worshipped Yi Chen the most said in a low voice. Junior brother Wang, don't gossip. Although Yan Fengfeng said so, a smile appeared on her face. Yes, senior sister. I won't say it, but everyone understands. The disciple chuckled. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, having an opponent is a good thing. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to find an opponent even if I search the entire world. Although Yi Chen was not a life and death king yet, he had already reached a realm where it would be hard to find a worthy opponent in the Sea of Souls realm. Lu Wujian's appearance did not make him unhappy, but instead comforted him. Outside the continent there were 4 shallow oceans, and beyond that there was still the endless ocean. The number of experts in the world was like the carps in the river. He did not need to worry about not being able to find an opponent. Murong Qingqing knew Yi Chen better than anyone else. She knew that he was a genius swordsman who desired to fight wholeheartedly. She couldn't help but feel proud. This was her man. Under the table, a soft and delicate hand held Yi Chen's palm. The geniuses who had questioned the woman in the colorful dress, and the other 2 were stunned speechless. Their opponents were not nameless figures. They were the masters of the West Ocean sword sect, and their status was equal to that of Yi Chen. In that case, it was possible that Lu Xiaoyu could not withstand 10 sword attacks from them. At least, there was a slight possibility. What's wrong? Not speaking? The multicolor-robed woman revealed a mocking expression. Humph! The genius sat back down. Looking at Yi Chen's position, the multicolor-robed woman slightly raised her head and arrogantly said, "The title of Sword Sect is not something anyone can bear. If you're smart enough, you'd better give up the title of Sword Sect, lest you humiliate yourself. Naylan, since he can be called Sword Sect, he certainly has some skill. At the very least, he's much stronger than Lu Xiaoyu. You don't need to belittle him." The slender fingers of Lu Wujian didn't raise his head from start to finish, as if nobody could pique his interest. "Brother Lu, I'm a straightforward person, and I say whatever I want to say. However, I don't think I'm wrong. Brother Gu, don't you agree?" The multicolor-robed woman asked the majestic youth. Yes, the majestic youth nodded. Murong Qingqing was well aware that Yi Chen would either not retaliate, or once he did, it would be a thunderous blow. It was obvious that the multicolor-robed woman couldn't arouse his anger. After all, she could shut one person's mouth, but she couldn't shut the mouths of all the people in the world. If he became very angry when everyone said a few words about him, then his state of mind would be too poor, and he wouldn't be able to endure it. However, she was Yi Chen's woman, and the multicolor-robed woman was also a woman. Women naturally had to be dealt with by women. She couldn't tolerate a woman speaking ill of her man, so she immediately said mockingly, "Strength isn't determined by words. No matter how extravagant your words are, it's just a fantasy." "Who are you?" The multicolor-robed woman raised her eyebrows, and her tone was unfriendly. "I'm his girlfriend." "What's your relationship with the West Ocean Sword Sect?" Murong Qingqing countered with a question. The multicolor-robed woman spoke for a long time, but she didn't continue. It was true that she admired Lu Wujian, but she didn't dare to say that she was Lu Wujian's girlfriend. Once she did, it would undoubtedly make him feel disgusted. After all, there were still a few people who were close to Lu Wujian. "You're courting death." The multicolor-robed woman's face flushed, and she raised her arm. A red genuine whip condensed, and she lashed out at Murong Qingqing, who was several dozen meters away. "Break!" Murong Qingqing's finger was dyed black as she pointed at the tip of the genuine whip. Puff! The genuine whip exploded inch by inch, setting off a storm in the restaurant. It rushed out through the window like a beam of light leaking out. "You've got some skill. Take my bloodthirsty triple kill." The complexion of the multicolor-robed woman changed, and her expression turned grave. She made a grabbing motion in the air, and the red genuine turned into a three-headed scarlet python. This genuine python was extremely strange. Its body was very short, but the neck connecting the three heads was very long, even longer than its body. It could instantly attack 3 distant targets. The three-headed scarlet python flicked its tongue and pounced toward Murong Qingqing with a fiery intent. Darkness sky curtain. Murong Qingqing's right hand drew a half circle in the void before her. Immediately, a layer of black barrier enveloped the area. As the black barrier formed, Yan Fengfeng and Haiwia were astonished to discover that they seemed to have been isolated from the outside world. What a powerful, profound! Haiwia originally thought that although Murong Qingqing's strength was high, it couldn't be that high. But now, he discovered that he didn't even have the confidence to defeat Murong Qingqing. He bitterly smiled. Yi Chen was powerful, but his woman was also this powerful. How could he live? Only Yi Chen knew that Murong Qingqing's strength was not limited to just this. Not to mention Haiwuya, even Yan Fengfeng might not be able to defeat Murong Qingqing. With the perfect demonic vessels and demonic power, she was almost equivalent to a human demon's. One could well imagine her battle strength. Pop, 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 pop. The three-headed python's attack landed on the black barrier, but it didn't cause a huge explosion. It only produced a slight explosion, as if the energy was absorbed by the barrier. Impossible! The multicolor-robed woman didn't expect Murong Qingqing's strength to be this high. You take my move as well. After dispersing the darkness sky curtain, Murong Qingqing once again pointed at the opponent. This time it was the demonic finger. Even without the wings, it still had 50 to 60% of its might. Fire crystal shield. The multicolor-robed woman hurriedly raised both her hands in the void, condensing a red, crystal-like Zhen Yuan shield. The shield surface was covered in complicated patterns, and one red light after another flowed out. Pung! Unfortunately, Murong Qingqing's demonic finger was a pure offensive martial skill without a trace of impurities. It easily broke through the fire crystal shield and was about to injure the multicolor-robed woman. Break! Right at this moment, Lu Wujian, who had remained calm and collected, made his move. Without even looking, he raised his left hand sword fingers and shot out a white-colored sword qi, cutting apart the demonic finger's power. Go! The white sword qi was like a fish swimming in the water. It made a turn in the air and suddenly increased its speed, shooting toward Murong Qingqing's location. He wasn't targeting Murong Qingqing, but Yi Chen. If Yi Chen couldn't even take this move of his, then the title of Sword Master would be in vain, not worthy of his attention. The white sword qi was as fast as lightning. Murong Qingqing might be able to block it if she used her full strength. However, this was a restaurant, and everyone would hold back when fighting. If she couldn't control her power and destroyed the restaurant, then it would be equivalent to losing. Therefore, she didn't make a move, as she knew that Yi Chen was about to make his move. Similarly, the sword qi shot out by Yi Chen was thinner and sharper than the white sword qi. Like a paper knife, it followed the white sword qi's outline and cut it in half. The remaining power of the sword qi didn't dissipate and continued to counterattack. Good move. Lu Wujian, who was known as the West Ocean Sword Master, had a gleam in his eyes. He reached out and pinched Yi Chen's sword qi. The sword qi was still struggling like a slippery eel, but as Lu Wujian exerted a little force, the sword qi dissipated with a puff. As expected of the continent's sword master, you are qualified to be my opponent. However, just this bit of strength is only enough to pique my interest. We will meet again in the future. At that time, it won't be too late to fight. Lu Wujian stood up and said to the multicolor-robed woman and the majestic youth, "Let's go!" Humph, count yourself lucky. The multicolor-robed woman glared at Murong Qingqing. When the three of them walked to the staircase, one of the geniuses couldn't help but say, "Why don't we fight now? Could it be that you're afraid and think that your current strength isn't enough?" Lu Wujian said indifferently, "I will represent my master to meet Sky, Sword Master. When I defeat him, there will be plenty of opportunities. At that time, you can come and watch the battle. The location will be at your so-called Nine-Dragon Lake. That place is quite interesting." Meet Sky Sword Master? The person who spoke was dumbstruck. This was a legendary sword artist of the older generation. Although he wasn't a sword master, many people believed that he had the strength of a sword master. When you see Sky Sword Master, send my regards. The battle a year ago made me very happy. Yi Chen's voice was transmitted. Send my regards? Lu Wujian's eyes narrowed. He didn't know Sky Sword Master's strength, but his master had once been defeated by him. Now he had surpassed his master and had long since surpassed his master. Therefore, he had come to defeat Sky Sword Master in his master's stead. From Yi Chen's tone, he had clearly fought with Sky Sword Master. As for who won and who lost, the answer was already clear. Interesting. Lu Wujian smiled and walked down the stairs. All of a sudden, a voice resounded. September 18th, Nine-Dragon Lake. Let me see what geniuses of true Spirit Continent are there. The 18th of September was the date of the previous Nine-Dragon Lake battles. Lu Wujian's intention was very clear. He wanted to defeat the numerous geniuses of true spirit continent in this meaningful place and spread the prestige of West Ocean Sword Sect. Wherever he went, there was no one who didn't submit. Chapter 701. Too arrogant. Does he think that he can sweep away all the geniuses of true spirit continent by himself? Many geniuses were indignant. Don't worry. Although West Ocean Swordmaster is strong, our continent has many peak geniuses as well. The top 5 of the masters' ranking. Which one of them isn't independent? Right, Yen Feng is ranked 5th, her speed unparalleled. Bai Wuxue is a veteran young tyrant, steady like a mountain. Dan Tai Mingyue's movement is marvelous, stunning, and nimble, while Duguju's blade art is tyrannical and invincible. Apart from these 4, our continent also has Sword Master Yichen. After a year, I wonder what level Yichen has reached. He's definitely stronger than before. As for how much stronger, it's hard to say. Let's wait and see. On the 18th of September, we'll know. The crowd discussed spiritedly, their emotions stirring. Yichen, my intuition tells me that this West Ocean Swordmaster is truly extraordinary. You can't be careless when the time comes. Hai Weia warned Yichen. Yichen said, Don't worry, I won't look down on anyone. Nor will I overestimate anyone. In a battle, we'll know who's stronger. Hee, my warning is unnecessary. You're much calmer than me. Hai Weia smiled. White Cloud Restaurant was only the first location of the gathering. After drinking, the group of 20 people left Lotus City and flew northwest. This gathering was not just for drinking. How long could one drink last? Usually, this kind of gathering would be held for half a month or even a month. Everybody would get together to get acquainted and talk about their recent situation. After a long time, their feelings would fade, and they would eventually become ordinary friends or even strangers. One had to know how long the path of martial arts was. It would be too sad to not have friends who could support each other. The path of martial arts was not about destroying one's feelings, but about keeping them inside. Friends who were worth making were true friends, and friends who were not worth making would be forgotten. There were many places of interest in the Tianwu domain. Along the way, Yi Chan saw many youths traveling in groups. When they were in the mood, they would find an empty space to drink and chat. Then, they would exchange moves with each other. They were not aiming for victory, just to test their martial arts and experience. This is the Meteorite mountain range. 10,000 years ago, a group of meteorites smashed into this place and formed it. Because all the vitality in this place was scattered by the shock wave, the underground rivers were also filled up, causing this place to be barren and devoid of demonic beasts. However, deep underground, a type of hard meteorite crystal can often be found. This crystal is a top-notch material for forging treasures. Yen Feng pointed at a desolate mountain range and explained. Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng looked over. Murong Qingcheng didn't feel anything, but Yi Chen inwardly clicked his tongue. There were countless craters in this meteorite mountain range. The smallest one was dozens of li in diameter, and the biggest one was thousands of li in diameter. It was like an astonishingly huge iron pot buried in the ground. The bottom of the crater was hundreds of li above the ground, and ordinary martial artists would not be able to climb out if they fell in. Yi Chen was shocked because he came from another world. Even the smallest meteorite here could cover the earth in dust and kill most of the living beings. Only the true spirit continent, which was countless times larger than the earth, could easily withstand the impact of meteorites. Of course, one couldn't directly estimate the size of the meteorite from the size of the crater, because the meteorite falling at high speed would have an impact. The crater was dozens of li in diameter, while the meteorite was a few li in size. That several thousand li wide crater was probably made by 100 li wide meteorite. After passing through the meteorite mountain range, everyone arrived at a huge canyon. This canyon was called Emperor Canyon. It was 99,000 li long, and its widest part reached 1,000 li. It divided the surrounding 100,000 li into two parts. It was a ghastly crack. Flying in the sky and looking down, it was easy to be scared silly. After all, anyone who saw such a crack would suspect whether it was connected to hell or not. They would be afraid that they would be sucked in and never see the light of day again. The reason why the Emperor Canyon was named Emperor was because there was an Emperor Scar Stele in the depths of the Emperor Canyon. It was said that only titled monarchs could leave their mark on the Emperor Scar Stele. Peak monarchs couldn't even leave a single mark. No one has been able to leave a mark on the stele for several tens of thousands of years. Yen Fengfeng said. Yi Chen doubtfully said, Su King is a titled monarch, but even he couldn't leave a mark. Hai Wuya said, the ancient era's standard is different from the present. With Su King's strength, he could only be considered a peak monarch, not a titled monarch. So that's how it is. Yi Chen faintly nodded. Let's go and take a look. Yen Fengfeng's speed gradually increased as she rushed toward the depths of Emperor Canyon. The others followed, closely behind. Roughly an hour later, everyone arrived at the center of Emperor Canyon. Let's go down. Without the slightest hesitation, Yen Fengfeng's figure shot into the canyon. Yi Chen, Murong Qingqing, and Hai Wuya also didn't hesitate. The others exchanged glances and pondered for a moment before clenching their teeth and chasing after them. It was as if there was something in the depths of the canyon that made them afraid. The middle part of the Monarch Canyon was the widest. It had a circumference of over 1,000 li. There was no sign of life in this area, nor were there any miscellaneous items. There was only a stone tablet at the center. The stone tablet was 99 li tall and 9 li wide. There were many marks on it. There were saber marks, sword marks, palm marks, fist marks, finger marks, and even claw marks. They were arranged in order from top to bottom. There were no marks left on the stone tablet from the middle to the bottom. It was a piece of blank space, 100 li away. Everyone stopped and slowly descended. It wasn't that they didn't want to approach, but that they couldn't. Emperor Scar stele wasn't an ordinary stele. The aura it emitted made their zhanyuan, blood, and even heartbeats go berserk. They could be killed by this aura at any moment. Yen Fengfeng said solemnly, Emperor Scar's stele itself is a miraculous item. The people who left their marks on it were all titled monarchs. Although no one has been able to leave a mark on the stele in the past several tens of thousands of years, the remnant aura is still not something ordinary people can endure. We usually call this aura Emperor Qi, the aura of titled monarchs. Emperor Qi, Yi Chen muttered. Yen Fengfeng turned her head and said to the disciples of Mysterious Sect and Sky Ocean Sect, You guys stay here. Don't get too close. After saying these words, she turned to Yi Chen and the rest. We can walk forward a bit and see a bit more clearly. The marks on the stele are uncanny workmanship. Even the shallowest mark represents an astonishing accomplishment, containing the laws of heaven and earth. Ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts naturally couldn't enter within 100 li. However, Yen Fengfeng, Hai Wuya, Yi Chen, and Murong Qingqing were all masters. They could approach a bit closer without any problems. Moreover, beyond 100 li, they truly couldn't see too clearly. The Emperor Qi restricted one's perception and eyesight, concealing the truth. All right. Yi Chen was extremely interested in Emperor Scar stele. He could feel countless strands of frightening will on it. There were sword intent, blade intent, fist intent, and so on. Each strand made him feel extremely shocked. Compared to the will on the stele, Yi Chen's destruction sword intent wasn't even worth mentioning. It was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. 90 li, 80 li, at 75 li, Hai Wuya bitterly smiled. He couldn't hold on any longer. Yen Fengfeng and the other two continued forward. 70 li, 60 li. Murong Qingqing stopped, and Yen Fengfeng's complexion was also somewhat pale. Let's do it here. Yi Chen's expression was calm. The Emperor Qi 60 li away was equivalent to a peak 5th step sword intent. Although it was fierce, Yi Qin had a 5th step destruction sword intent, which was equivalent to an ordinary 6th step sword intent. Therefore, he wasn't affected much. However, he still had to take care of Morong Qingqing and Yan Fengfeng. Yan Fengfeng glanced at Yi Qin in admiration and said, "The Emperor Qi, emitted by the steel, contains different wills. Be careful of the most offensive sword intent and blade intent." I know. Yi Qin had just suffered a strand of Emperor Qi containing sword intent. It was unknown how many years this strand of sword intent had existed for, but it was still incomparably sharp. Raising his eyes, Yi Qin saw the first mark at the top. It was a fist imprint, square-shaped, as if a jade seal had been stamped on it. The fist imprint was extremely deep. However, due to the passage of time, the Emperor Qi emitted from it was somewhat weak. However, compared to the marks below, the Emperor Qi emitted from this fist imprint was the most boundless, as if an emperor was overlooking the heaven and earth. Yan Fengfeng introduced, "The first fist imprint was left behind by the first titled monarch of the ancient era. This monarch was called Ancient Emperor. According to historical records, this fist imprint should have been created by Ancient Emperor's four-way emperor fist, which is one of the most famous peak, profound martial skills." Shifting their gazes downward, the three saw the second mark. This was a claw mark. An ordinary claw mark naturally wouldn't enter the three's eyes. However, this claw mark made the three's hair stand on end. It was as if this claw had not clawed at the steel, but a piece of land, a mountain, a river, a planet. Anything under this claw would shatter. Moreover, this claw mark was actually emitting a demonic will, instilling great fear in people's hearts. This is the second titled monarch after Ancient Emperor, Heaven Abandoning Emperor. Heaven Abandoning Emperor walked the demonic Tao and was also one of the three great demonic Tao kings in human history. At his peak, he left this world for the starry sky and disappeared without a trace. Since then, he has never been seen again. Hearing Yan Fengfeng's words, coupled with her own demonic will, an illusion appeared before Morong Qingqing's eyes. It was as if she was seeing a figure on the Emperor's scar steel. This figure was boundlessly tall, reaching the starry sky and stepping on the earth. Its shadow enveloped the world, and with a wave of its palm, mountains and rivers were destroyed and planets exploded. What a powerful figure! Shaking her head, Morong Qingqing sobered up. She knew that this was not as simple as an illusion. Through Yan Fengfeng's narration, she had a preliminary impression of this figure. Then, Heaven Abandoning Emperor's Qi surged over and combined with the impression in her mind, giving rise to a mysterious reaction. The 8th sword mark is an anomaly. He doesn't have the strength of a titled monarch, but he has the means to leave a mark on the steel. His title is Sword King. Yan Fengfeng glanced at Yi Qin. "He is the Sword King," Yi Qin muttered. Under the heavens, in human history, there had only been one Sword King, and that was the ancient Sword King. The reason why Battle King didn't dare to call himself Sword King was because he believed that he hadn't reached the level of the ancient Sword King. Unexpectedly, this Sword King was even more powerful than he had imagined. He was unexpectedly able to leave a sword mark on the steel with the identity of a king. Although this sword mark was very shallow, the aura it emitted was not weak at all. Chapter 702. Sword King's comprehension of profound sword arts is insufficient, but his sword will is not the slightest bit inferior to titled monarchs, even slightly surpassing them. I think this should be the key to his fame being passed down through the ages and leaving sword scars on Emperor Scar Steel. Although there weren't many records regarding Sword King, there were still some. Therefore, Yan Fengfeng knew quite a bit. Yi Qin faintly nodded. The sword scars are shallow, which means that the attack power is not high enough. If the aura is not weak, it means that the sword intent is strong. Sword intent could amplify one's attack power, but there was a limit. Sword King's sword moves containing sword intent were clearly weaker than titled monarchs. However, his sword intent was at the forefront. Continuing down, shocking scars imprinted themselves in the eyes of the three. Some of these scars were strange and bizarre, such as forks, triangles, prisms, big and small dots, intersecting scars, and yin and yang fish scars. It was unknown what profound martial skills these titled monarchs used. The 398th mark was 70,000 years ago. The most famous titled monarch was called For Extreme Emperor. He was proficient in space profound and was famous for his finger arts. At the Sea of Soul realm, he created a low-grade, profound martial skill, void-shattering finger. Its might far surpasses mid-grade, profound martial skills. The void-shattering finger has a total of 4 styles, each representing an application of the space profound. The 4th finger's might is the greatest, almost comparable to high-grade, profound martial skills. As she spoke, Yin Feng glanced at Yi Chen with an odd expression. She had seen Yi Chen use a space profound finger art before. Of course, there were many people who knew space profound throughout the ages. However, For Extreme Emperor was relatively close to the modern era, so his void-shattering finger had some descriptions. The finger art Yi Chen used was very similar to the 3rd style of For Extreme Emperor's void-shattering finger, only the Zhanyuan color was different. Apart from this, Xia Hozuin's void-shattering finger should also be the 2nd style of For Extreme Emperor's void-shattering finger. Void-shattering finger! Yi Chen's expression flickered. He had found the 3rd style of the void-shattering finger in the Goat Head Mountain in the South Rudra region's 100,000 mountain range. At the same time, he had also found a white key with the words Emperor's Tomb, Aries constellation written on it. Could it be that the Emperor's Tomb was the tomb of the For Extreme Emperor, and the white key was the key to open it? For Extreme Emperor has 4 subordinates, all of whom are life and death kings and also demonic beasts. They are Azure Wolf King, White Sheep King, Firebird King, and Sky Scorpio King. Azure Wolf King represents Wolf constellation. White Sheep King represents Aries constellation, and Firebird King and Sky Scorpio King represent Firebird constellation and Scorpio King, respectively. For Extreme Emperor imparted each of them a void-shattering finger, allowing them to comprehend the space profound. Aries King, Aries constellation? Yi Chen understood everything. The void-shattering finger that he cultivated was indeed created by the For Extreme Sovereign, and the For Extreme Sovereign had taught the 3rd style of the void-shattering finger to the Aries King. That was why the white key had the words Aries constellation. Yen Feng continued. For Extreme Emperor was the same as the heaven-abandoning emperor. He also entered the starry sky, disappearing for 100 years before returning. However, when he returned, he had suffered an incurable injury, as if he had encountered something frightening in the starry sky. Sensing that his life was at its end, the For Extreme Emperor built his own tomb in a forbidden region. This tomb contained countless arrays and the heaven-shaking power that the For Extreme Emperor had unleashed before his death. Even life and death kings would have a slim chance of survival if they tried to force their way in. Later on, his 4 subordinates also died one after another. They were subordinates of the For Extreme Emperor, and after death, they wished to accompany him. They built 4 tombs in the surroundings of the For Extreme Emperor's tomb. Opening these 4 tombs required a special key. Since these 4 tombs were connected to the For Extreme Emperor's tomb, life and death kings would have a hard time barging in. After so many years, has anyone found the location of the For Extreme Emperor's tomb? Yi Chen suddenly asked. The For Extreme Emperor's tomb was undoubtedly the tomb of the For Extreme Emperor. Yen Feng shook her head. I'm not sure. The tomb of the For Extreme Emperor was built in a moving forbidden region. Even life and death kings would have a hard time finding it. And even if they found it, without the key, they might not be able to open the tomb. The location of the tomb has always been a hot topic, but I've never heard of anyone finding it or entering it. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't spread the news. That's true. Yi Qin faintly nodded. His soul power entered his storage ring. On a bookshelf in the corner, a huge white key was quietly placed there. The Four Extreme Emperor was an extremely famous, titled monarch. Even life and death kings covet his space, profound martial skill. I'm afraid that once it appears, it will cause a reign of terror. Even Su King and my master will have to make a move. Yen Feng Feng continued. That's for sure. At the Sea of Soul Realm, the comprehension of profounds depended on the quality, not the quantity. It was impossible to comprehend too many profounds at the same time. Having a few was already good enough. However, at the life and death realm, one could enter the state of being one with the heavens at any time, and their comprehension ability would increase by countless folds. Comprehending profounds would be extremely fast. As a result, the demand for profounds would increase by a lot. After all, different profounds would have different effects and might. Apart from the main profounds, how could a few profounds be enough? Space profound was one of the strongest profounds, and was related to many profounds. As long as one could obtain a space profound martial skill, it would be of great help. Of course, the grade of Void Shattering Finger was a bit low, and life and death kings might not be too enthusiastic about it. It would be best if one had it, but it wouldn't matter if one didn't. What life and death kings truly cared about were mid-grade space profound martial skills, or even high-grade ones. After all, Void Shattering Finger was only a low-grade profound martial skill, but its might already surpassed mid-grade profound martial skills. In that case, high-grade space profound martial skills would at least be equivalent to peak-grade profound martial skills. My current strength is still far from enough. For Extreme Emperor's space profound martial skill has already become a legend. I can only look up to it from afar. Above mid-grade profound sense martial skills were high-grade profound sense martial skills, peak-grade profound sense martial skills, and above that would be the Heavenly Tao Law. Above Sea of Soul Realm were half-step kings, ordinary life and death kings, peak kings, and titled monarchs. Each rank was like a huge chasm. Without the will and determination to break through everything, one would not be able to cross it. For Extreme Emperor already stood at the peak of this world, while Yi Chun was at most a youngster who had just grown up. The gap between the two was too great. Gazing at the finger hole left behind by Four Extreme Emperor, Yi Chun felt as if he was looking at a giant looking down at him with cold eyes. After Four Extreme Emperor, only 13 titled monarchs remained. It could be seen that as the modern era got closer and closer, the gap between the monarchs who left their marks was getting longer and longer. From the ancient era to the early medieval era, there would be one every 1,000 years. From the medieval era to the early near ancient era, there would be one every 1,500 years. From the near ancient era, there would be one every several thousand years. For some unknown reason, the number of titled monarchs kept decreasing. In the modern era, there weren't even any true titled monarchs, because only those who left their marks on the Emperor's scar stele could be considered as true titled monarchs. The last titled monarch was a world-shaking genius. Before him, there hadn't been a titled monarch who could leave his mark on the stele for 10,000 years. Until he appeared, his title was Yuan Emperor. Yuan Emperor had an innate body and boundless Shan Yuan. While Yen Feng Feng was explaining Yuan Emperor, in a valley far away, a great battle was taking place. The two sides were none other than Master Sky Sword and West Ocean Sword Master, Lu Wujin. Master Sky Sword, seems like my master overestimated your strength. There's no need for me to make a move. He can defeat you. While fighting Master Sky Sword, Lu Wujin still had the strength to speak. It's only the beginning. Master Sky, Sword's voice was somewhat hurried. Sky Sword style, white flood dragon. As he spoke, Master Sky Sword's long sword slashed, and a white silk-like sword chi tore through the air. The sword chi stretched and stretched, bending and straightening like a nimble white flood dragon, piercing through the void. It was as fast as a flickering light, unable to be captured by the naked eye. Wave Cleaver. Facing this sword, Lu Wujin's figure flickered a few times. His entire being seemed to shift through the void as he chopped off the white flood dragon, Sword Chi's head. Sure enough, it's his style. Master Sky, Sword's brows furrowed. In truth, when he defeated Lu Wujin's master, it was only a narrow victory. The latter's clean and efficient style had left a deep impression on him. Lu Wujin's style was very similar to his master's. Of course, it didn't mean that Lu Wujin was walking the same path as his master. It could only be said that the styles of the West Ocean were more or less the same. Different living environments naturally led to different philosophies. Sky Sword style, Sky Cleaver. Seeing that his first strike had no effect, Master Sky Sword attacked once again. This sword strike was very similar to Lu Wujin's Wave Cleaver, clean and efficient. Haha, is this the move that you created based on my master? Unfortunately, even my master isn't my opponent. How could you be? Lu Wujin, sword into the sky, and fiercely stabbed out with his long sword. Rings of chi revolved around the long sword, instantly piercing through Master Sky, sword chi. So fast! Master Sky, sword was gobsmacked. His Sky Sword style Sky Cleaving was a speed-type sword that didn't have the slightest variation. All it had was an indomitable will that burst forth with astonishing potential. However, Lu Wujin's sword speed was even faster than his, as if this kind of sword speed was nothing special to him. Sky Sword style Sword Array. Finally, Master Sky Sword took out his strongest move. 18 true yuan long swords flew out of his body. With a shake of the long sword in his hand, the 18 long swords revolved around the long sword in his hand, rapidly forming a sword array. As soon as the sword array was formed, its aura immediately soared. Astonishing sword chi pierced through the sky, raising the valley to the ground. The grass and trees were also startled, uprooting from the ground like small swords. Go! Slashing the long sword in his hand, Master Sky sword roared. Immediately, the sword array flew toward Lu Wujin. Sword array interesting. However, this is far from enough. Master Sky Sword, take my self-created move, Shifting Ocean Sword Chi. Lu Wujin held the long sword with both hands, slashing it from bottom to top. As if moving an ocean, a majestic force erupted, condensing into a deep white sword chi that engulfed the heaven and earth, clashing with the incoming sword array. Crackle! How could the sword formation block this mighty sword chi? In an instant, it was shattered and sent flying back. Danger! Master Sky Sword's face changed color as he held his long sword horizontally in front of him. The next moment, the deep white sword chi swept over. Puff! Spurting out a large mouthful of blood, Master Sky Sword was sent flying like an arrow piercing through the sky. Chapter 703. There were not many people watching this battle, but they were all famous figures, such as Su Yuan of the Earth Sword Sect, Master Yuan Sword Sect, who was on good terms with the Sky Sword Sect, and the eldest disciple of the Sky Sword Sect, Master Wind Lightning Sword Sect. Although these people were not as famous as the Sky Sword Sect, they were still in the top 10 or 20 among the Sword Dao Grandmasters. Master has been injured. Wind Thunder Sword Master was more than 70 years old, but still seemed to be in the prime of his life. His mouth was wide open, his face full of disbelief. He knew that Yi Chen had defeated his master, Master Sky Sword. According to his master, Yi Chen had only won by relying on the defensive sword art. Without the defensive sword art, the two were equally matched. However, this West Ocean sword master seemed to have defeated his master easily. The difference was too great. Dozens of li away, Master Sky sword stopped retreating, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth like a snake. What a great move, Ocean shifting sword chi. This is the most majestic and powerful sword move I've ever seen. You've indeed surpassed your master, far surpassing your master. Master Sky sword's expression was solemn. He had never been suppressed like this in a battle between sword masters. Even Yi Chen was only slightly better than him with the defensive sword art. If they were to fight to the death, even if he was killed, Yi Chen wouldn't feel good. HM? I still have the power to fight. Lu Wujian was slightly surprised. This sword contained the profoundness of wind and water. The water profoundness was already at minor completion, and the wind profoundness was close to minor completion. When combined, it was far beyond mid-grade profound martial arts. Adding the ingenious use of power, no profound martial arts of the same level could block it. Unfortunately, I have developed a new Sky sword style in the past year. Now, I will use you to test it. Master Sky, sword said lightly. Haha. Hearing this, Lu Wujian laughed. Using me to test your moves? I'm afraid I won't be impressed by your sword moves, but I will give you a chance. Go all out. Lu Wujian quietly waited for Master Sky, sword's strongest move. Master Sky, sword didn't get angry. He raised his arm and placed the long sword in front of his chest, as if performing the most pious sword salute. Sword of understanding. With a slash of the long sword, the Heavenly Sword sect unleashed the latest Heavenly Sword style. No one could describe how fast this sword was. This sword seemed to have caused time to stop and thoughts to stagnate. Lu Wujian, who bore the brunt of this attack, could feel the terror of this sword the most. If Sect Master Sky sword's previous attack had only piqued his interest, then this sword of understanding had already brought him some threat. Ultimate kill, 1,000 miles thread. The Heaven Sword sect had the sword of understanding, but Lu Wujian also had his own trump card. Before this, he hadn't been serious at all. He grasped the sharp long sword in his hand and swung it in the air. A moment later, a white ray of light shot out. At a glance, it was like the line between the sea and the sky, vast, profound, and unreachable. Puff! Master Sky sword's sword of understanding was extremely powerful. His sword chi condensed into a straight line, while Lu Wujian's 1,000 miles thread was similar, condensing into a straight line. However, when the two attacks collided, the one that collapsed was Master Sky sword of understanding. That was because Lu Wujian's attack contained too much power, and there was no end to it at all. No matter how powerful the sword of understanding was, how could it block it? What a profound water profound. Master Sky sword's eyes narrowed. How could he not see that Lu Wujian also contained the two profound essences of wind and water? But it was different from the sea, shifting sword chi. This 1,000 miles thread used the water profound as the main element, displaying the water profound to the fullest. When facing this move, it was like being in the sea. Although one could see the line between the sea and the sky, no matter how fast one would never be able to reach it. Creak! The 1,000 miles thread shattered the sword of understanding and slashed at Master Sky sword's chest at a speed that he couldn't dodge in time. In the next moment, a loud metallic sound resounded. Master Sky sword's hair was disheveled as he flew back while spurting blood. Unlike the previous time, his injuries were extremely severe. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were almost displaced, and his blood was flowing in reverse. To be able to force me to use 1,000 miles thread, you should be proud of yourself. Unfortunately, your potential has been exhausted. In the future, the gap between us will only grow bigger and bigger. Sheathing his long sword, Lu Wujian said to the majestic young man and the multicolor-robed woman, "Let's go!" Swish, swish. Swish! The three disappeared from everyone's sight like flickering lights. Master, are you all right? Master Tempest Sword immediately rushed over to support Master Sky Sword. Master Sky Sword's face was ashen as he waved his hand. I won't die. Master Earth Sword sucked in a deep breath and asked, Master Sky Sword, in your opinion, what is the extent of this Lu Wujian's strength? Him. I reckon he can sweep through all sea of soul masters on true spirit continent. Master Sky Sword pondered for a while before speaking. What? How is that possible? Master Earth Sword and Master Yuan Sword were astonished. Isn't there still Yi Qin? Su Yuan blurted out. Master Sky Sword smiled bitterly. In the past year, I've created the Sword of Understanding, and my strength has improved by a lot. A year ago, Yi Qin's strength was higher than mine. If he had continued to make rapid progress, he would at most be on par with the current Lu Wujian. However, I can feel that Lu Wujian's true strength is far from this. He hasn't used all his trump cards yet. Master Sky Sword originally believed that Lu Wujian's strength was only at this level. However, as soon as Thousand Miles threat appeared, he immediately sensed that Lu Wujian had an even stronger trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. If Yi Qin wanted to defeat him, it would be extremely difficult. This, Su Yuan and Master Yuan Sword exchanged a glance. Sigh, I hope my guess is wrong. Master Sky Sword shook his head once more and left under the support of Master Wind Lightning. This matter is getting out of hand. Su Yuan's face was filled with worry. As a master of true spirit continent, he didn't want to see all the master sea of soul realm experts of the continent being swept by a youngster of West Ocean. Perhaps there will be a turn for the better. Master Yuan Sword said in a low voice. In the depths of North Ocean was a group of floating islands. At the center of the group was an inverted, cone-shaped floating island. This island was boundless with mountains, basins, forests, volcanoes, rivers, plains, and valleys. At the edge of the floating island, large and small waterfalls cascaded down, pouring down on the floating island below. At the same time, waterfalls also cascaded down from the floating island, flowing down to the floating island below. From afar, this group of floating islands was like a paradise, a wonder of the immortal world. It was truly beautiful, magnificent, and exquisite at the same time. On the inverted cone-shaped floating island, there was a huge palace that occupied several thousand hectares. Inside the palace, a middle-aged man and a youngster were standing one after another. In front of them was a model of a continent, based on its shape and geographical distribution. One could tell at a glance that it was a model of true spirit continent. Above the model were numerous sparkling and translucent lines intertwining, covering the entire sky above the model. At a glance, it was simply impossible to count. There were at least millions of them intertwining together. The middle-aged man waved his finger, and a light that landed on the thin line at the center of the continent. That was the central region, Sky Marshal Region. Tian go to Sky Marshal Region. The youngster said respectfully, Master, why do you want me to go to Sky Marshal Region? If my guess is correct, the Forbidden Region, carrying 4 Extreme Emperor's Graveyard, will move to Sky Marshal Region within a year. You possess the first style of Void Shattering Finger and Sky Scorpio King's Key, which means that this graveyard is fated with you. However, fate is fleeting, and you have to fight for it yourself. 4 Extreme Emperor's Graveyard will move to Sky Marshal Region. The youngster sucked in a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Yes, Master. Remember, Void Shattering Finger has 4 styles, and there are also 4 keys to open the graveyard. The other 3 keys should be in the hands of others. If you can snatch them, do it. If you can't, then cooperate with them. I have a premonition that with the 4 Void Shattering Finger styles and the 4 keys, you should be able to enter 4 Extreme Emperor's Graveyard. Rest assured, Master. With my strength Unless it's a half-step king or a life and death king, nobody can be my opponent. A cold light flickered in the youngster's eyes. Your master knows your strength the best. However, Sky Marshal region is a holy land for geniuses. Perhaps there aren't many who can contend against you, but there are certainly some who you can't kill. I can't kill them. The youngster declined to comment. All right, you can go now. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Farewell, master. The youngster turned around and left the palace, soaring into the sky and flying in the direction of true spirit continent, soon disappearing without a trace. Waiting for the youngster to leave, the middle-aged man clasped his hands behind his back. For Extreme Emperor's graveyard has appeared. It's time for me to take a look. I wonder what level the strength of those fellows from true spirit continent has reached. I hope they won't disappoint me. Dragon King should come out of seclusion soon. With a wave of his hand, the model of true spirit continent disappeared into the void, and the middle-aged man's figure flickered, disappearing from the palace. Emperor Canyon, Yi Qin, and the rest had long since left. On Emperor Scar Steel, the traces left behind by 4 Extreme Emperor flickered faintly like an illusion. In the following month, Yi Qin and the group traveled to a lot of places. There were natural wonders and strange terrains caused by ancient king-level battles. There were countless of them. A month passed, and everyone went their separate ways. Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing didn't return to South Rudra region. It was already August, only a month away from 18th of September. If they went back, they wouldn't have enough time. Therefore, they might as well stay in Sky Marshal region. During this period of time, the news of West Ocean's sword master Lu Wujian defeating Master Sky sword spread like wildfire. Soon after, the incident at White Cloud Restaurant spread as well. Combining the two matters, it immediately created a sensation. Many people knew that a sword master named Lu Wujian had come to West Ocean. Apart from defeating Master Sky Sword in his master's stead, he was also going to meet the geniuses of True Spirit Continent on 18th of September. West Ocean Sword Master, Continent's Sword Master. This was just a gimmick. Adding Lu Wujian's arrogant words, Nine Dragon Lake once again welcomed a golden age after 2 years. At that time, the number of people heading to Nine Dragon Lake would probably surpass that of the past, because this time was different from the last. This time represented the dignity of true spirit continent. If all of them were defeated by Lu Wujian, it would be tantamount to admitting that true spirit continent was inferior to West Ocean. Chapter 704. As the days passed, the 18th of September got closer and closer. As time went on, a large number of Sea of Soul Realm experts arrived from the nearby towns. Even Sea of Soul Realm masters could be seen frequently, which was something unimaginable in the past. Inside the restaurants and tea houses, all sorts of discussions could be heard. West Ocean, Sword Master Lu Wujian has come with great momentum. Even Master Sky, sword lost to him. Right now, I'm a bit worried that he might really sweep through all the geniuses in the Sky Marshal region. That shouldn't be possible, right? Regardless, our true spirit continent is the place with the most geniuses. It's not something the 4 oceans can compare to. You can't say that. Who says a remote place can't give birth to an invincible genius? Moreover, West Ocean has always been the most powerful among the 4 oceans. Only North Ocean can compete with him. Sigh. It seems like this era is even more frightening than we imagined. Although West Ocean and North Ocean had many geniuses in the past, it was impossible for a super genius like Lu Wujian to appear. Do you think the number of life and death kings in the next 100 years will be much higher than before? It's quite possible. In the past 100 years, there would be around 10 life and death kings and not more than 20. This time, I'm afraid it will be no less than 30, perhaps even more. In the ancient era, the number of life and death kings was the highest. Although they were not everywhere, it was still a spectacular sight. In the medieval era, the number of life and death kings suddenly decreased by 1-fold. In the recent ancient era, it had decreased by 2 folds. In the modern era, it had decreased by several folds. If more than 30 life and death kings could be born in 100 years, it would be the level of the late ancient era. Dugu family Dugu Ju walked out of the evil demon cave with a calm expression. He did not look as miserable and frightening as before, as if the evil demon cave no longer had any effect on him. Walking to a huge wooden board not far away, Dugu Ju stretched out his hand and took down the white paper nailed to it. It turned out that Dugu Ju often went into seclusion. Fearing that he didn't know much about the outside world, he had ordered people to write down some of the important matters of the Sky Marshal region and even the whole continent on the paper. This way, even if he didn't leave Dugu Ju, he would still know everything about the world. West Ocean Sword Master Lu Wujian. When Dugu Ju read about Lu Wujian, his eyes gradually narrowed. Interesting. You actually defeated Master Sky Sword and even met with Yi Qin. Since you're able to stand on equal footing with Yi Qin, you're definitely not weak. Fine, let me see how many tricks you have up your sleeves and whether you're qualified to be a formidable opponent of my Dugu Ju. The paper was crumpled into a ball and turned into ashes. The evil demon cave does not have any effect on me anymore, unless I can open the seal and enter the next level. But with the weakening of the seal, that evil demon would definitely take the chance to attack the seal and escape. So, it would not be a good idea. No rush. I will think about it after I reach Late Sea of Soul's realm. Just like Yi Qin, Dugu Ju was also stuck at the peak of Mid-Sea of Soul realm. Entering Late Sea of Soul realm was inevitable, but it would take some time. Taking a step forward, Dugu Ju walked out of the demonic cave. Unknowingly, it was already September, and the date was fixed on September 16th, near the 9-Dragon Mountain. A large number of Sea of Souls realm warriors were rushing toward the 9-Dragon Mountain in an endless stream. September 17th, those who should come had all come. In the center of the 9-Dragon Mountain, around the 9-Dragon Lake, there was an ocean of people, their voices reaching the sky. Shoo, 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 shoo. On this day, the number of geniuses who had come was also the highest. Bai Wuxiwe, Yan Fengfeng, Lu Xiaoyu, Situ Hao, Bai Minghui, Chu Zhongtian. Besides a few, all the other top geniuses whose names shook the world had arrived, wanting to see what kind of level the so-called West Ocean Sword Master had reached. Beside Lu Xiaoyu, a lot of people had gathered, including Bai Wuxiwe. Brother Lu, you fought with the West Ocean Sword Master half a year ago. How is his strength? Bai Wuxiwe asked. Lu Xiaoyu was silent for a while, then said slowly, "Very powerful." Hearing him, Bai Wuxiwe's expression froze. Lu Xiaoyu's words were very vague for others. Very powerful, everyone knew, but they did not know exactly how powerful, which was tantamount to not answering. However, Bai Wuxiwe was very clear about Lu Xiaoyu's character. If the West Ocean Sword Master was only a bit more powerful than him, he would not say the word very powerful. But to make him say very powerful, this West Ocean Sword Master was definitely an extremely dangerous person. But it's not like I did not make any progress in this half a year. A cold light flashed through Lu Xiaoyu's eyes. Bai Wuxiwe nodded, not saying anything. My Imperial Sword technique has been cultivated to the 3rd level. Although I can only launch 3 swords at the same time, it is still twice as powerful as the 2nd level of the Imperial Sword technique. The telepathic sword that I got from Yi Qin helped me comprehend the profound meaning of speed, and the speed of my sword has been greatly improved. Lu Wujian, the West Ocean Sword Master, let me see how powerful you are. Situ Hao stood alone on the peak with a smile on his face. He knew he was not a match for Lu Wujian, but for him, as long as he could fight with people at this level for a while, it would be something to be proud of, which meant he had the potential to catch up. Thinking for a while, Situ Hao thought to himself, Yi Qin got my Imperial Sword technique, but I don't know which level he has cultivated it to. I guess he is at the 2nd level. but not beyond the peak of the second level. At that time, I might have to compete with him in the imperial sword technique to see who is better. The night passed. The 18th of September arrived. The sky had just brightened when 3 figures came through the air, and the one in the lead was none other than Lu Wujin, the West Ocean Sword Master. Lu Wujin, the West Ocean Sword Master. Lu Wujin is here. The people near the 9-Dragon Lake were all startled. They looked at the 3 figures, and then focused on the one in the lead. Lu Wujin's body was not strong, and he was a little thin. His palms were slender like bamboo, and they seemed to have some kind of magic power. On his face, which was not very handsome, he had a pair of narrow and sharp eyes and a tall nose. At first glance, one would be attracted to him. Looking around, Lu Wujin did not find Yi Chen's figure, and the corner of his mouth rose. Humph, the continent's sword master? I'm afraid he is too scared to come. The woman in colorful clothes sneered. No hurry. There are a lot of people who interest me here. I can play for a long time. Lu Wujin said lightly. Indeed, there are a lot of powerful warriors. The young man's expressionless eyes gradually turned sharp. If he was a rock before, then he was a piece of steel now. The aura he was giving off was not any weaker than Lu Wujin's. Lu Wujin was the red flower, and he was the most obvious green leaf. You are Lu Wujin. The first one to stand out was Bai Minghui. All martial geniuses did not want to lose. Even though he knew that he was no match for Yi Chen, he still wanted to challenge him. You do not interest me at all. Lu Wujin glanced at Bai Minghui and then shook his head. You will know soon whether I am interested or not. Take this spear attack of mine first. Bai Minghui took out the long spear on his back and waved it out. The invisible spear light ignored most of the distance, and it was indeed Sky Bank. Nailin, you go meet him. Lu Wujin said to the woman in colorful clothes. All right. The woman in colorful clothes jumped up as a long red whip appeared in her hand. She lashed out at the invisible spear light. That unbelievably fast spear light seemed to have sunk into a swamp all of a sudden. Its speed was drastically reduced before it was shattered into pieces by the long whip. So powerful. This Bai Minghui is ranked in the top 20 in the Master Level Warrior ranking, but his killing attack was blocked by a girl right next to Lu Wujin. Don't worry, Bai Minghui still has a second movement. Everyone knew quite a bit about Bai Minghui's killing attack. Plus, it had been more than a year, and it would be impossible for him to not improve at all. Perhaps he had already figured out the third movement. Second movement. Indeed, Bai Minghui's expression darkened slightly when he saw that his first attack had been broken. He immediately performed his second attack. In the next second, 5 beams of silver light attacked toward the woman from different angles. Their speed was even faster than the first attack, and they were even stealthier. Bloodthirst kill. The woman in colorful clothes attacked almost at the same time as Bai Minghui, performing the same attack that she had used on Murong Qingqing that day. It was performed with a long whip weapon, so its power was even more powerful. The woman in colorful clothes shook her long whip, and a 3-headed red snake was formed immediately. Its 3 heads clashed onto the 5 silver light beams. Pooh! 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 The snake heads were punctured, but the silver light disappeared as well. If this is all you have, then you will lose for sure. The woman in colorful clothes had suffered a loss at the hands of Murong Qingqing, but it did not mean that she was not as powerful as Murong Qingqing. After all, that day at the restaurant, she had been a bit careless and did not use her full power. Plus, Murong Qingqing was already very powerful, and she was at least ranked in the top 10 of the Master Level Warrior ranking. What a joke! I have not even used my true power yet. Bai Minghui's expression was serious. At first, he had looked down on the woman in colorful clothes, thinking that Lu Wujin was just brushing him off. But now he did not think so anymore. The woman in colorful clothes was much more powerful than he had imagined. If he did not use his full power, then he might really lose. Third movement, sky bank separation. His body split into two as the two Baiming Hui performed the sky bank movement at the same time. Although it was only one movement, the aura was completely opposite. It was as if one was in the light while the other was in the dark. The two auras merged together, and the sky bank movement immediately changed. The sharp spear light expanded infinitely, expanding by hundreds or even thousands of times in an instant. It shot out, and the clouds in the sky were instantly separated. This Baiming Hui has actually managed to learn the 3 movements of the sky bank. Once this movement is completed, his ranking will probably go up a couple of places. Maybe he can even get into the top 10. Everyone was secretly shocked. The woman in colorful clothes' pupils shrank. This spear attack was really out of her expectation. It actually gave her the illusion that she could not block it. Dragon slash. Under the huge pressure, the woman in colorful clothes finally used her strongest trump card. Red Jun Yuan poured into the long whip, which was like a huge chain. It coiled out and wrapped around the fierce spear light. Creak! Creak! Sparks flew everywhere. The long whip and the spear light wrestled with each other, neither giving in. But in the end, the spear light was like a trapped flood dragon, and it was instantly torn apart. Lose! With no time to lose, the woman in colorful clothes swung her long whip, and the whip light turned into a scarlet python that struck Baiming Hui's protective Zhen Yuan. Puff! Baiming Hui puked out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Baiming Hui lost. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was Lu Wujian who had defeated Baiming Hui, it would not be a big deal. After all, Lu Wujian's strength was undeniable. However, this woman in colorful clothes was only a follower of Lu Wujian, and yet she also had such a frightening strength that even Baiming Hui could not block it. How could they not be shocked? Chapter 705. It is indeed the style of the West Ocean. Bai Wuxiue had also been to the West Ocean before, and the warriors there valued speed the most. If they could finish it with one blade attack, they would not bother with a second blade attack. Although Baiming Hui's power was only around 10th, his spear speed could be at least in the top 5. However, that lady's attacking speed was not any slower than his at all. It's too powerful. That long whip appears and disappears like a ghost. It's as easy as using an arm. If this girl is already this powerful, I wonder how powerful Lu Wujian is. It seems like Lu Wujian does not plan to attack right away. If I want to challenge him, I will have to beat this girl and that aggressive young man first. Even Baiming Hui could not do it. If I want to beat this girl, I will have to be ranked higher than him. Everyone discussed among themselves, looking a bit worried. Chu Zhongtian will fight you. On a flat ground right next to the 9-Dragon Lake, Chu Zhongtian jumped into the air and landed right in front of the lady. That aggressive aura exploded out of his body, bringing up a tornado. Chu Zhongtian has come out, but his rank is lower than Baiming Hui's. Baiming Hui is 16th, and he is 18th. Can he handle this girl? It seems like you guys still do not know much about Chu Zhongtian. Although his power might not be as powerful as Baiming Hui, he has the evil spirit body, which gives him an amazing defense. If it comes to a battle of life and death, he will definitely be able to kill Baiming Hui, and even those ranked higher than him. The ranking was based on one's power, which meant that it would be ranked according to one's power. However, sometimes power did not mean everything. For example, in some situations, people with powerful survival skills would be able to kill people with higher power. Without a doubt, Chu Zhongtian's defense was definitely one of the best in the ranking, so it would not be wrong to rank him first. You will not be my opponent. The lady in colorful clothes had a very sharp eye. Judging from the aura on Chu Zhongtian's body, she could tell that he would not be more powerful than Baiming Hui. Since even Baiming Hui had lost to her, it would be pointless for him to come out and waste her time. Whether or not I will be your opponent is not up to you to decide. Chu Zhongtian looked cold as his aura increased rapidly. That dark red light flickered on the surface of his body like a layer of shiny film. Lu Wujian was slightly surprised and said to the rainbow-clothed lady, "Nailin, be careful. This person possesses the astral body and has a very high defense." Astral body? The woman's expression changed, and she said coldly, "So that's how it is. Make your move. Even if you have the evil spirit body, I will still defeat you." I hope you can still say that later. Back then, Chu Zhongtian's weapon was a dark red rapier. But now his weapon had long since been replaced with a semi-extreme grade weapon. It was red with a hint of silver, and it was extremely heavy. This was a reward for Chu Zhongtian, and the sect had spent a huge price to buy it. With the mace in hand, Chu Zhongtian poured his potent astral essence into it. Immediately, tiny specks of red dust began to float around the mace. These specks of dust shimmered with an illusory light, as if they were compressed diamonds and contained a terrifying energy. Mortal, fragmented mace. Chu Zhongtian's figure flashed as he transformed into a dark red ray of light. He instantly arrived a few dozen steps away from the woman in colorful clothes and smashed his mace down. Bloodthirsty triple kill. The multicolor-robed woman did not retreat or evade. With a flick of her whip, a three-headed crimson python charged out. The python head in the middle welcomed the attack, while the two python heads flanked Chu Zhongtian's body from the left and right. She seemed to have the intention of killing Chu Zhongtian with a single move. Break! Chu Zhongtian didn't pay any attention to the incoming python head and smashed the middle python head. Pung! The python head exploded and dissipated into nothingness. Puff puff! Soon after, the other two python heads also attacked Chu Zhongtian's protective astral yuan. However, Chu Zhongtian's protective astral yuan was too powerful. It only caved in a large area, like a broken lotus root. Ever since his cultivation base had reached mid-sea of Soul Realm, Chu Zhongtian's protective astral yuan hadn't been broken in a long time. On the master's ranking, there were only a few who could do so. What? His defense is this powerful. The complexion of the multicolor-robed woman greatly changed. She had underestimated the intensity of Chu Zhongtian's astral yuan. Tyrant Dragon Destruction Mace. Mid-rank Profound Sense martial arts took a little longer to charge up, so Chu Zhongtian seized this rare opportunity to use a low-rank Profound Sense martial art, Tyrant Dragon Destruction Truncheon. A red light flashed, and a dark red demonic dragon chi attacked the multicolor-robed woman. Huff! The multicolor-robed woman retreated a dozen steps, but she wasn't injured. A low-grade, profound sense martial skill couldn't threaten her. However, her blood and chi were shaken to the point of being unstable. Fragmented mace. After the Tyrant Dragon Destruction, mace was a low-grade, profound sense martial skill. Fragmented mace. The mortal fragmented mace he had used before was a mid-grade, profound sense martial skill. However, the multicolor-robed woman was from the West Ocean, and her attack speed was too fast. If he wanted to seize the upper hand, he could only use low-grade, profound sense martial skills that were faster to suppress her and slowly grind her to death. Rumble. The multicolor-robed woman forcefully took on this attack and was forced to take another dozen steps back. Chu Zhongtian continued to press forward, using both the fragmented mace and the Tyrant Dragon Destruction Mace in turns without any pause in between. His whole body was like a dark red tornado as he kept attacking his opponent. Everyone watching the battle was dumbfounded. They hadn't expected that the multicolor-robed woman who had defeated Bai Minghui would be suppressed by Chu Zhongtian, unable to fight back. This guy's defense is so freakishly powerful. Li Xiaoyan and Jing Aoshuan had arrived as well. Li Xiaoyan smiled bitterly. "You have low-grade profound sense martial skills, but so do I. It was the first time that the multicolor robe woman was forced to use low-grade, profound sense martial skills. She felt a bit sullen inside. Wind flame whip. Beams of fiery red whip shadows shot out as the multicolor-robed woman finally blocked out Chu Zhongtian's attack and slowly turned the situation around. Volcano mace! But at this moment, Chu Zhongtian suddenly jumped back several hundred meters. Gripping the sword breaker with both hands, he smashed it down. This sword breaker was like the earth splitting apart and a volcano erupting. All of its power was unleashed in an instant, its power incomparably fierce. Mid-grade fire and earth profound sense martial skill. Volcano mace! Damn! The multicolor-robed woman placed both of her hands in front of her and formed a red crystal shield. Crack! The red crystal shield had just formed when it was cracked by the volcanic mace power. Crackling sparks flew everywhere, and lava splashed everywhere. Don't be too proud. Watch my fire cloud art. The multicolor-robed woman removed the red crystal shield as her body floated away like she was weightless. She was like a fire cloud that moved at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived on the right side of Chu Zhongtian. In the next second, a whip shadow coiled down and bound Chu Zhongtian's body. Crack! Crack! A couple of marks appeared on his protective evil yuan, and the edges started to crack. Bang! Finally, Chu Zhongtian's protective evil yuan was shattered. The whip shadow coiled around Chu Zhongtian's body and continued to tighten. Break! Chu Zhongtian's muscles swelled as the light on his body flickered countless times. With a snapping sound, the whip shadow broke into pieces and disappeared. How can an evil spirit body be so strong? The multicolor-robed woman was in despair. She had never seen an evil spirit body and thought that it was only twice as strong as an ordinary spirit body. However, Chu Zhongtian's appearance made her realize that the evil spirit body's strength was beyond her imagination. It was probably the strongest physique so far. Nailin, you can't beat him. Let me do it. The majestic youth flashed and arrived beside the multicolor-robed woman. Brother Gu! The multicolor-robed woman was a little unwilling. Lu Wujian said, Nailin, come back. Yes, the multicolor-robed woman had to listen to Lu Wujian. I am Gu Lai, also known as Tyrant Sabermaster. I will deal with you in 3 sabers. The majestic youth said in an extremely calm tone. Arrogant words. Chu Zhongtian loosened his muscles and looked straight at Gu Lai. First saber. Gu Lai simply drew his saber and slashed. Crack! Chu Zhongtian didn't have time to dodge at all. A huge crack appeared on his protective evil yuan, and the saber light hit his body, causing traces of blood to appear. Too fast! I can't even see how he attacked. Everyone around the 9-Dragon Lake was shocked. Second saber. Gu Lai indifferently waved the second saber, and layers of saber curtains appeared. His body shook violently, and Chu Zhongtian's protective Zhen yuan collapsed instantly. His thin inner armor caved in, and his bones started to hurt. Third saber. This time, Gu Lai's right arm swelled as he waved his saber, drawing a full moon mark. Chu Zhongtian was right on the edge of the full moon. Dang! Chu Zhongtian had finally blocked Gu Lai's attack. But before he could let out a sigh of relief, a majestic force was transmitted into his body through the puppet. He couldn't help but spit out a small mouthful of dark red blood, and his entire body was sent flying. 3 saber strikes, and Chu Zhongtian was defeated. Could this guy also be a first-rate super expert in Dugaju? Too frightening. Chu Zhongtian's defense is nothing to him, and his saber speed is frighteningly fast. My premonition is getting worse and worse. The enemy this time is too powerful, and it's not just one person. Amidst the discussion, Lu Wujian smiled lightly and mumbled to himself, Gu Lai's tyrant blade, even I have to be careful. If I want to win, I will have to exchange more than 300 attacks. How could a mid-sea of souls realm warrior stop him, even if he has the evil spirit body? Including by Wuxue, a lot of martial geniuses' expressions changed. Tyrant Blade Master Gulai was definitely a very dangerous warrior. In the ranking, perhaps only Deguju could compete with him. As for who would win, no one knew, because they didn't know how powerful Deguju was right now. Unfortunately, Deguju had not arrived yet, and the number of people who could compete with Gu Lai could be counted on one's fingers. Moreover, none of them had a high chance of winning, since the highest-ranked warrior here was Bai Wuxue, who was ranked 4th, and Yan Fengfeng, who was ranked 5th. The rest of them would not be Gu Lai's opponent at all. However, Dantai Mingyue, who was ranked 3rd, had arrived, so she might have a chance of winning. But she was even more mysterious and would not attack easily. Hundreds of li away, 2 human figures arrived side by side. What a brutal blade art! No wonder Chu Zhongtian is not his opponent. Yi Chen's soul power had already seen what was happening above the 9-Dragon Lake, and he was a bit surprised. Chapter 706. Chu Zhongtian had the evil spirit body. Every time he reached a higher realm, his power would increase by a whole new level. Right now, although Chu Zhongtian was only at mid-sea of Soul's realm and had not even reached peak level yet, his evil yuan was still not something normal people could imagine. Even Murong Qingqing's demon power could not compare to Murong Qingqing's demon power. Of course, she had the perfect demi-demon bloodline, which combined with her demon power, made her look like a human demon's. Adding on the fact that her cultivation had already reached late sea of Soul's realm, and she had gone through the one with the world state, her profound sense martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds, which was why her battling power was more powerful than Chu Zhongtian's. If Chu Zhongtian reached late sea of Soul's realm, he would definitely be in the top 3 of the master level warrior ranking. He would be able to compete with Deguju and Dantai Mingyue. As for who would be more powerful, it would be hard to say. Besides his evil spirit body and evil yuan, Chu Zhongtian was still lacking in other areas. The great era is coming. After 10 years, there should be a lot of people here who will reach the life and death realm. Yi Chen let out a breath as a strange light flashed through his eyes. Xianhou had reached the life and death realm at the age of 35, which was a record that was very rare even in the Great Era. There might not be many people who could surpass her. Even Yi Chen himself did not have the confidence to reach the life and death realm before the age of 35, since there was still half-step king warrior above peak level late sea of Soul's realm. Just the gap between half-step king warrior and peak level late sea of Soul's realm had already trapped a lot of people, not to mention the life and death realm. In other words, every step after peak level late sea of Soul's realm was like an abyss. No matter how talented one was, there might still be a chance that one step would fail. However, everyone present here was a rare martial genius. After 10 years, there should be some who would be able to reach the life and death realm. For example, Bai Wuxue and the rest of the young generation were already around 35 years old or even older. After 10 years, it would not be impossible for them to reach the life and death realm. Moreover, after 10 years, Yi Chen himself would be 37 years old. The two were traveling at an extremely fast speed, covering hundreds of miles in just a couple of blinks. Yi Chen is here! Near Jiulong Lake, thousands of pairs of eyes looked at Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing as they flew over. In an instant, Yi Chen became the center of attention. Some of them heaved a sigh of relief, and the worry on their faces faded away. Previously, Yi Chen, Deguju, and Dantai Mingyue were not here. Although there were many of them, there were only a few of them who were powerful, so it was inevitable that they lacked confidence. Now that Yi Chen was here, all of them seemed to have found their backbone and were no longer oppressed by Lu Wujian and Gu Lai's imposing manner. They secretly heaved a sigh of relief. With Yi Chen here, our true spirit continent's chance of victory has increased by at least 30%. We already have a fighting chance. It's a pity that Dugaju and Dantai Mingyua aren't here. Otherwise, our chances of winning would be higher. Don't worry. It's only daybreak now. Maybe they'll all come later. Everyone spoke one after another, discussing spiritedly. Sure enough, you've come. Lu Wujian looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen said indifferently, no need to waste time. You and I will decide the winner and loser. No. Lu Wujian shook his head. I'm not sure if you have the qualifications to fight with me. If you want to fight with me, you'll have to defeat Gu Lai first. Arrogant. So arrogant. Does he think this is the West Ocean? Hearing these words, the spectators were filled with righteous indignation. Yi Chen, I'll fight in your place. Just as Yi Chen was about to speak, Yin Fengfeng appeared. She had seen Gu Lai's strength with her own eyes, and it was indeed powerful. She didn't have 50% assurance, but she had the advantage of speed. Even if she couldn't win, it would be hard for him to injure her. In this aspect, no one else could compare to her. Be careful. Yi Chen didn't refuse. He was very clear about Yen Fengfeng's advantage and strength. Swish! Abruptly, from the northwest, a beam of light shot over, blade, chi crisscrossing. We both use blades. Let me fight him. The light dispersed, revealing a human figure standing in the sky. It was a proud and aloof young man. If it wasn't Dugaju, who else could it be? His eyes landed on Gu Lai as he said, indifferently. Yen Fengfeng hesitated for a bit, then backed off. Since Dugaju was here, there was no need for her to fight with Gu Lai. Most importantly, she felt that her chances of winning were not high, and she might very well lose. Dugaju! It's Dugaju! I didn't expect him to only be one step behind Yi Chen. I was worried when he would come. Haha, Yi Chen is here. Dugaju is here. What is there to worry about? Duguju's arrival had boosted everyone's confidence. Before, they were still worried about Yi Chen being alone. But now, all the problems had been solved. Bring out your blade. Duguju was the first to gain the upper hand as he looked at Gu Lai with a condescending attitude. 99 blade strikes. I will defeat you. Gu Lai looked at Duguju with a serious expression. He could feel that the latter's blade aura was not weaker than his at all. Moreover, it carried an aura that made people feel despair. 99 blade strikes. Even if you attack 1,000 times, you won't be able to harm a single hair of mine. Duguju sneered. First blade strike. Gu Lai didn't waste any time. He pulled out his long blade, and the muscles in his right arm bulged as he slashed out diagonally. It was not over yet. After the first blade strike, Gu Lai's second blade strike followed closely. One blade strike after another, a total of 9 blade strikes. Each blade strike was aimed at the blind spots, fast as lightning. Clang! 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 Duguju pulled out his long and thin blade, bouncing off all of Gu Lai's attacks. He seemed to be very relaxed, as if he had done it with ease. So powerful, Duguju is even more powerful than before. Even Gu Lai's 9 blade strikes couldn't threaten him at all. Duguju, defeat him! The crowd roared. Beside Lu Xiaoyu, by Wuxue praised, he is indeed one of the monstrous geniuses. His improvement is not something that ordinary people can compare with. Although Bai Wuxue was ranked 4th on the master ranking, and Duguju was ranked 2nd, Bai Wuxue might not lose to Duguju if they went all out in a battle. However, it was obvious that Duguju had become stronger, and it was not just a little bit stronger. He could use his blade techniques with ease and familiarity. Yi Chen, how many moves do you think it will take to decide the winner? Murong Qingqing asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen thought for a while and said, more than 300 moves. The winner will most likely be Duguju. You think Duguju will win? The despair blade intent is very difficult to control. Duguju was able to restrain it and only release it at the moment of attack. This proves that his realm has improved again. Yes, it is a little different. Murong Qingqing nodded faintly. Bring out your killing move. Otherwise, you will lose miserably. Duguju was so powerful that even Gulai was starting to be affected by him. This was unimaginable in the past because Gulai's entrance was too domineering. He defeated Chu Zhongtian, who had one of the best defenses, with 3 saber strikes. "Brother Gu, defeat him for me," the multicolor-robed lady shouted, feeling very unhappy. Gulai was not in the mood to deal with the multicolor-robed lady. Duguju's strength had exceeded his expectations. He felt like he was fighting against Lu Wujian, and he was on the defensive at every turn. Purgatory chop. With his mind, chi, and spirit at a high level, Gulai flew up and hacked down with his saber. The gray saber chi connected the sky and earth, ruthless and tyrannical. Good. Duguju did not retreat or dodge. He waved the saber in his hand, and a despairing aura burst out, causing the sky to turn white. Boom! Duguju fell down, and his feet stepped on the lake, creating ripples. Gulai somersaulted a few times in the air before landing on a mountain peak. With this move, Duguju had the upper hand. Tyrannical 24 saber strikes. Feeling that his killing move was slightly weaker, Gulai stomped on the mountain peak and flashed, arriving at Duguju in the blink of an eye. He waved his saber again and again, choosing to engage in close combat. Clang, 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 clang. How could Duguju be afraid of him? He waved his saber to meet the attacks. Above the lake and in the sky, saber lights flashed everywhere. Chi exploded, and the 2's figures could not be seen anymore. It was as if they had hidden in the void. Crack! Waves of saber chi leaked out, and the surroundings of the 9-dragon lake became unrecognizable. Such a fast exchange. The battle between 2 saber users is more exciting than I had imagined. Too powerful. If I go up, I'm afraid I won't even see their silhouettes before getting killed. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, the multicolor-robed woman creased her brows. She originally believed that the continent had no experts and had long since declined. However, the appearance of Duguju was like a sharp saber, shattering her confidence in Gulai. This Duguju was indeed very powerful. She had no idea where he had come from. Saber of Despair. Duguju's pupils turned eerily white as he slashed out with his saber. Despair, chi condensed into a line and bombarded Gulai along with the saber chi. Not good. Gulai thought that his saber speed was fast enough, but Duguju was actually a bit faster than him. He promptly raised his saber to block and lowered his center of gravity. Clang! Glaring sparks burst forth as Gulai's feet slid on the lake water, his clothes torn. Despair Fox! Duguju didn't show any mercy. His saber chi became even more vigorous as he slashed out a demonic fox phantom. The demonic fox phantom had a sinister appearance and densely packed sharp teeth. Exuding a dense despair chi, it bit at Gulai. Sky Absolute Tyrannical Saber. Blue veins popping out on his forehead. Gulai furiously roared. His aura erupted fiercely, and his entire body seemed to turn into a giant as he forcefully slashed out with his saber. Swoosh! The mournful saber light slashed at the demonic fox phantom. Roar! Before the demonic fox phantom was slashed apart, it spat out a pale white beam of light, which struck Gulai's protective Zhenyuan. With a kacha sound, Gulai's protective Zhenyuan was instantly shattered. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, he involuntarily flew back and fell on the lakeside. Gulai had been defeated by Duguju. From start to finish, he hadn't been able to gain the upper hand. Duguju's strength shocked everyone. Even Lu Wujian faintly creased his brows, feeling that Duguju wasn't easy to deal with. Others couldn't compare to him. Turns out he's the most powerful person on true Spirit Continent. That Sword Master of the continent only has an undeserved reputation. The multicolor-robed woman said, Interesting. Defeating all the geniuses of true Spirit Continent is my goal this time. But if I were to defeat him effortlessly, it would be too boring. Seems like he's my strongest opponent. Lu Wujian had the thought of fighting. Opponents were hard to come by, and he had always been invincible in West Ocean. It was truly boring. Chapter 707. No wonder he could keep up with Yi Chen. He is simply too powerful. If Yi Chen's improvement speed drops even a little bit, he would be in danger of being surpassed. Li Xiaoyan sucked in a deep breath and mumbled to himself. Yi Chen's unbelievable rise made Li Xiaoyan cautious. Although Dugu Ju was powerful, he could not say that Dugu Ju had surpassed Yi Chen. Regardless, Yi Chen was from the southern regions. Emotionally, he was more biased towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's expression is very calm. Jing Aoshuan wanted to say something, but after seeing Yi Chen's calm expression, she became pensive. Fortunately, I did not attack. Situ Hao frowned deeply. He had discovered that the geniuses of the Sky Martial region had started to split into two groups. The strong ones were getting stronger, and the weak ones were also getting stronger. However, the gap between their strengths was getting bigger and bigger. He was already showing signs of being left behind, which was not a good sign. All right, I will not fight for one day, but for eternity. A strong sense of danger made Situ Hao put away his arrogance. The great era was coming, and the levels of geniuses were becoming clearer. Among the former top 5 young warriors, only Bai Wuxue was still standing on the front lines with Yi Chen and Dugu Ju. The others were starting to fall. From this moment on, it would be clear who had the potential to reach the life and death realm. It was like a huge wave washing away the sand. Only those who could endure the test would have the possibility of not being eliminated. If he did not work hard, even the second line would be in danger. You are qualified to be my opponent now. Lu Wujian looked at Dugu Ju, his battle intent rising. Chin, putting his blade back into its scabbard, Dugu Ju flashed onto a mountain peak and said, My only opponent is Yi Chen. Let's talk after you defeat him. Lu Wujian and Yi Chen both used swords. Before Yi Chen revealed his strength, Dugu Ju would not turn his opponent into Lu Wujian. All right, defeating him is not hard. Lu Wujian's expression froze slightly. Dugu Ju's rejection made him a bit unhappy. As far as he was concerned, being acknowledged by Dugu Ju was already something to be proud of. Lu Wujian. Just when Lu Wujian was about to look at Yi Chen, Lu Xiaoyu walked out in front of everyone's shocked gazes. Frowning, Lu Wujian said, Half a year ago, you were not my opponent. It is still the same now. You should step down. Indeed, I am not confident of defeating you. However, you might not be able to defeat me as easily as you did half a year ago, Lu Xiaoyu said as he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Oh, it looks like you have made great progress in the past half a year. You will know whether I have made any progress or not when you try. There is no need for Brother Lu to make a move. I will try you. The colorful clothed lady was a spectator of the fight between Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Wujian half a year ago. She knew Lu Xiaoyu's strength very well. She did not believe that Lu Xiaoyu could have made great progress in the past half a year. After all, half a year ago, Lu Xiaoyu could not even withstand 10 sword strikes from Lu Wujian. Hence, Lu Xiaoyu was not worthy of Lu Wujian making a move. Take this. With the long whip in her hand, the colorful clothed lady attacked Lu Xiaoyu with the wind flame whip. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes. He instantly unsheathed his sword and swung it. Dozens of arc-shaped sword chi shot out and approached the colorful clothed lady. Puff, 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 puff. The whip and the sword chi collided and produced a series of explosions. However, Lu Xiaoyu's sword wasn't that simple. The dozens of sword chi had different trajectories. Some flew in the air, some slashed straight, some arced, and some are full of power. After the colorful clothed lady's whip was cancelled out, there were still several sword chi that attacked her at lightning speed. Fire crystal shield. The colorful clothed lady quickly used a defensive, profound martial skill. There was a loud bang. In the next moment, the colorful clothed lady retreated 10 steps. Her face was filled with shock. How is this possible? His strength has increased by more than 50% in the past half a year. She couldn't help but be shocked. Bai Wuxian nodded slightly. Lu Xiaoyu wasn't someone who would get depressed so easily. Failure would only make him improve faster. This had been proven in the past. Clearly, losing to Lu Wujian in 10 moves half a year ago didn't make Lu Xiaoyu quiet. Instead, it made him cultivate even more crazily, bursting out his unprecedented potential. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out to challenge Lu Wujian. So that's how it is. Good. Let's warm up before the big battle. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lu Wujian's clothes were very long, just like his long hair. They fluttered in the wind. He stood in the air and walked toward Lu Xiaoyu step by step. Finally, he stopped 100 steps away. Make your move. Lu Wujian placed his left hand behind his back. Void kill sword art. When Lu Wujian walked over, Lu Xiaoyu had been accumulating his strength and sword aura. When Lu Wujian stopped, he made his move. The distance between them seemed to be ignored. Lu Xiaoyu waved his sword. A strong wind rose, and the sword qi filled the sky. Break. Lu Wujian's left hand was still behind his back. He held the sword hilt with his right hand and pulled it out. Then he clashed a few times in the air, breaking all the sword qi. Fast. Extremely fast. Lu Wujian's sword art was even faster than Lu Xiaoyu's void kill sword art. The sword qi that filled the sky couldn't even get close to him. Void kill sword. Lu Xiaoyu naturally knew that Lu Wujian's sword speed was out of this world. Almost no one in the world could compete with it, but he was already prepared for it, so he wasn't surprised. Letting out a breath, Lu Xiaoyu's Zhen Yuan burst out, pouring into the long sword in his hand. The long sword twisted a bit, bringing up an invisible wind as it stabbed toward Lu Wujian, who was not far away. Pop! Lu Wujian's position was refracted, as if he was in a mirror, and this mirror could shatter at any moment. Your attack power is enough, but it still can't do anything to me. Lu Wujian held his sword with one hand and swept it upward, using the most vigorous and boundless shifting ocean sword qi. Immediately, a deep white sword qi engulfed the heaven and earth, cleanly breaking Lu Xiaoyu's sword aura. The spatial refraction effect also vanished like smoke in thin air. Whoosh! The remaining moving ocean sword qi didn't stop, attacking toward Lu Xiaoyu. He saw the weakness of Lu Xiaoyu's sword attack. Bai Wuxian knew Lu Xiaoyu's ace attack very well. That void kill sword seemed to be close to shattering the space, but it was actually a trick. Wind was everywhere, and the flow of air was wind. This void kill sword contained the profound of wind, which could cause the wind to go berserk and destabilize the space. However, it was still a long way from truly shattering the space. Of course, even though it was a trick, the power of this void kill sword was not to be underestimated. The only weakness was that the attack range was too big and the power was not concentrated. Otherwise, this sword attack would definitely be the most powerful one. Chaotic Wind Chop. Facing the incoming deep white sword qi, Lu Xiaoyu didn't panic at all. The long sword in his hand drew a circle in the air, creating a storm of sword qi. Bang! 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 The deep white sword qi was shattered, turning into thousands of sword threads. Lu Xiaoyu was careless and was hit by a few of the sword threads. His sleeves and shoulder clothes were torn, and he got hit in the chest as well. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. This doesn't look good. Lu Xiaoyu's power has improved very quickly, and he might be able to return to the top 5 young giants, but Lu Wujian is too strong. Holding his sword with one hand, he can suppress Lu Xiaoyu. It doesn't seem like he is getting serious. It's my turn. Lu Wujian took a step forward and instantly appeared before Lu Xiaoyu. The long sword in his hand disappeared, and a white sword screen covered the latter. Ding! 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 Sparks flew everywhere as Lu Xiaoyu did his best to block Lu Wujian's attacks. The speed of his attacks became faster and faster, and without him realizing it, had already surpassed his limits. There is indeed improvement. Lu Wujian put down his left hand, which was behind his back. His body became more agile, and his sword qi was sometimes as violent as thunder, sometimes as swift as the wind, and sometimes as ferocious as the waves. Pung! Unable to dodge, Lu Xiaoyu was sent flying hundreds of meters away by a sword qi. More and more blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still bright. Metal wind! Holding his sword with both hands, Lu Xiaoyu used the result of the past half a year. It was his strongest killing move, a mid-tier metal wind fusion, profound sword move. The golden sword wind was very tangible, and it swept toward Lu Wujian. Lu Wujian's brows twitched. This Lu Xiaoyu wasn't that strong half a year ago, but now his power was almost at Master Sky Sword's level. Not only did he receive nearly 100 moves from him, he had also developed an even stronger killing move. Without any hesitation, Lu Wujian also used his killing move, 1,000-mile thread. Puchi! The golden sword winds collided against the line of sword energy. The golden sword winds were instantly sliced apart. However, the golden sword winds were seemingly endless, and a significant amount of the line of sword energy's power was whittled away. Shock waves of gold and white intersected as a result, which assailed the two cultivators. Spurting out a large mouthful of blood, Lu Xiaoyu finally couldn't hold on any longer, and his body was sent flying. As for Lu Wujian, he also retreated dozens of steps. This was the first time he had been forced back. Lu Xiaoyu lost as well. Even though he lost, it's still a glorious defeat. Half a year ago, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't even receive 10 sword strikes from Lu Wujian, but now he has received 100, and his power has increased by nearly half. Lu Xiaoyu must know that he can't win, and he just wants to test his strength. Not being able to receive 10 sword strikes was very humiliating, but receiving 100 sword strikes was completely different. Although Lu Wujian didn't seem to be going all out. Letting out a breath, Yi Qin said, "It's my turn. Don't be careless." Murong Qingcheng reminded Yi Qin. "I know. With his strength, I can't afford to be careless." Facing the wind, Yi Chen's sword aura burst out, spreading out like the night, covering the entire 9-Dragon Mountain and 9-Dragon Lake. Without needing any reminder, everyone's attention was drawn over. In everyone's eyes, the world seemed to have disappeared, and only Yi Qin remained. The world, they felt, was deathly silent. Those who were closer to Yi Qin discovered that they couldn't even speak. It was like they had fallen into a nightmare. They could think, but they couldn't move their bodies. What a terrifying sword intent. Bai Wuxiue took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. Duguju was also somewhat shocked. His hands and feet trembled in excitement. This was a feeling that no one else could give him. Such nervousness, such anticipation.